son. It's good. Shit is not your friend.
They're not going to. Yeah, especially now the sun's out.
No matter what we do, questions always harder than it.
Forgot my piece. All right, I forgot my little earpiece because I'm dialed into a receiver, so I'm just gonna have to keep you on very low speaker so I hear you toss to me.
You don't have anything at all?
No, I hear it.
I'm sorry, what I was saying,
No, do you have a little piece? Oh, I just need that little dongle.
I don't have to listen to you.
Problem solved. Okay, stand by. Signal dropped again. If you guys can come back to me, my signal dropped out, I'll try to dial back in. But this isn't me because I have service. This is the second time this happened down here. There's something going on with the signal. Like, not even going through. And I have 5 bars. Email them and see if they can give me another IFB maybe. Not connected. It's not the Wi-Fi. Let's see. I try to. But my calls aren't even going through to you. Yet I have full service. Alright. I don't know what's going on. This just keeps happening.
What's the number?
It is 407 942 1791. And another commercial. If you guys can hear me, we dialed in on a different phone. This is the second time that this has happened to me down here. Something keeps interfering with my phone signal, and I got disconnected.
Event, the Qatar Economic Forum, and again, looking ahead, we know Elon Musk will be.
Hello, hello, hello.
What you did to balance your demand. Hey, Briella.
Hey, so yeah, this happened with the hit with LA too, where my signal just randomly went out down here. I don't know if it's cars are going by and interfering with whatever cell tower it has to do with my T-Mobile, but my photographer's phone is fine, and mine has 5 bars, yet it disconnected me, so I'm here.
Oh, no worries. I thought, like, when I had talked to you, you looked great, and, like, we're in position, and then I was doing the thing, so I didn't hear you say you couldn't hear me. I mean, I don't know.
I heard you, and all of a sudden, the phone went, just, the call went dead, the line went dead, and that's so weird because I have literally 5 bars of service I'm staring at.
So you're good, 'cause once you said signal went out, I just came back on camera.
Okay, cool.
Thank you anyway. You all have a
All right, you too. Sorry.
That's it? You're not doing it?
No. I don't know. I don't know what. This is so bizarre. Am I gonna be able to dial into my? Oh wait, I don't need to dial in because you have your thingy.
So the next one is 8?
Yeah. Maybe it has to do with this receiver. I don't know.
time you're using this.
Battery does not last very long. And the compartment for the battery is very small. Return position. You want to monitor? See.
Wish I could find my phone.
She still have that cord too.
Here's your cord.
For some reason, this is just so low.
Martin has gotten through his
Oh yeah.
commentary. He's been non-stop talking. Who the hell is he talking to?
Just got to be Facebook Live or something.
I wonder how many people are watching. I don't know. Just because the recorder says an hour. No. I think that's the one that. Because, you know, you don't have to worry about taking a lot, drive, you know, something like that. John doesn't mind it. Yeah, that's what it is. That was, and it was pushed back like that. It was supposed to be like 11. Like today, I tell Jonathan, but I'm gonna, after the live shot, after we're done, I'm gonna make sure that I'm not asking him to get out early. I'm asking him to get out on time. yeah, the house. Where the family they go into this house this side. You think? Oh wait, I gave you your dongle back, right? Or no? No? Thought I did. I think you took it back. I'll check in the car. Oh, maybe I put it in. Dongle? Where did the dongle go? Son. Be careful. Don't need you breaking your foot. That's just the focal point. What?
Moses off today?
Yeah, 3 days. Tomorrow too.
Oh, that's right. Did it.
Ventura no longer understands. She was the focal point of yesterday's testimony from 3 different witnesses. Singer Don Richard Richard told jurors that Diddy threatened to kill her if she told anyone. Richard, who performed in the group Diddy King.
Can you hear this phone?
Barely, it's fine. Really thought I gave you the dongle. I got a phone. Kurt and Rosanna, good morning to both of you. Cassie Ventura is no longer on the stand herself, but she was the focal point of testimony from 3 different witnesses yesterday. Singer Don Richard told jurors that Diddy threatened to kill her if she told anyone that she saw him physically abusing his former girlfriend. Richard, who was a member of the group Danity Kane, testified that Diddy threatened her the day after he physically assaulted Ventura, taking a swing at her with a skillet and then saying that Richard and another woman who saw the attack would go missing if they didn't stay quiet. When Richard was asked what she thought that meant, she said she believed Diddy was saying she and the other woman would die. Richard alleged that security rarely intervened and said she urged Ventura to leave the relationship but eventually stopped suggesting it out of fear for her own safety. Her lawyer, Lisa Bloom, was questioned by reporters as they left the courthouse yesterday. Prosecutors also released new evidence from last September's federal raid at Diddy's Manhattan hotel room, including photos of baby oil, personal lubricant, drugs, plus images of Ventura's injuries, such as bruises, a bloodied gash, and swollen lips. The Department of Justice also released this photo of a large chef's knife hanging on a door, which Ventura allegedly used for protection, testifying that she had locked herself in her apartment with the weapon to safeguard against unannounced visits. Now, also on the stand was Ventura's former best friend, Carrie Morgan, who said Diddy beat her with a wooden hanger and gave her a concussion back in 2018. A month later, she claims Ventura offered her $30,000 and asked her to sign a non-disclosure agreement. She agreed. She signed that document, and the two allegedly never spoke again. For now, we're live, though, here in Lower Manhattan. Kurt and Rosanna, back to you. Did you take the keys? No. Am I losing my mind?
Yeah. I got it.
You do?
I didn't want to be the only one losing your mind because I can't find my key. I'm gonna find that luckily. What is this car? What kind of the big one? Oh.
Unless you want.
要把放在楼上头，我好几说没有怎么办啊？为什么我来买？ able to.
Stuff. You should just do this every day and start working on your coverage. Who's this guy? Anybody? And then it was like, when I wasn't playing baseball, I didn't do it. Like, you know what I mean?
Here we go. Oh, this is.
He's talking or something.
Yeah.
He's been up there for a half hour.
Where? Over there. Thank you. Just like seems okay that it's not.
Yeah, I know. That. The guy?
Come on, Mr. Turner.
You're doing good work.
See you in a bit.
I don't know what I do without these people. I swear. I hope I entertain these people, make them laugh.
Is that the lawyer? Yeah. The blue suit, right?
David Jones, right?
Xavier Dodds.
you look good as usual. Have a great day in court.
Who's this guy?
No idea.
Where? How do you know? Isn't that a judge?
No, it's Alexander Shapiro.
Oh, who's that? Oh, who's that? Where's the person going? Right here?
Yep.
Who's this? Try with a melee. You know what? I'm gonna go your left there. Where is it?
Ready?
Look at the little tie shot flying away. Alright, it's done. If they need more, I'll do it again. Uh-oh. They're all going in. See? They're going to come out and they're going to stream now. Shots up. That's it. Should be like that for a couple hours anyway.
They have criterion also.
Probably more like the way the artist is looking right on market.
hot dogs. I love the hot dogs.
It's not like necessary, but
I've seen that movie Strange Days. 90s.
I know of it.
I probably have.
What's it about?
Um,
You know Ray Fiennes and I, we locked eyes one time on the Harry Potter red carpet. I was like, whoa, that was weird. That was a moment.
It was a true story.
Probably was. The way he talks is very calm. He really wants it. It's really crazy. He's a great actor. I think he was a little creepy.
What's everybody getting jumping up for? Everybody jumping up.
And they all said. You ever heard of a guy named Clayton Patterson? Photographer, Lower East Side, lived there for a long time. The New York Times did a profile on him.
Oh, I think I just read that.
Yeah,
He's got like a stringy beard.
yeah.
He's got that like Lower East Side museum thing.
Well, he's
Not
got
a museum.
He's got a collection in his house slash industrial building.
Yeah, I was reading that.
He bought 40 years ago.
Like the baggies of heroin and
He seemed like a very well-known guy. I've never heard of him before. Maybe I wasn't paying attention to him.
well, maybe.
Yeah.
Geriatric hipsters.
I have a 99 bottles in bag.
Oh yeah. Sorry. Everybody's somebody. Oh. Seriously?
It's not bad out. Like, there's no winds.
The wind down here is like 20 miles an hour faster. Right. Sorry, you have a name? Yeah, that is. Who's her? She is Diddy's sister. 2020. Her name is spelled. First name is Teny. T-E-N-Y. Yeah. Last name G-E-R. Yeah.
What's up, guys? What's up? How you guys doing?
Great.
Great. Beautiful day.
Yeah.
I think compared to the weather last week. So you guys were stuck in the tent all day?
I don't know.
Do they give you like windows where you need to be here and then others where you don't?
Like arrivals, departures. Departures, arrivals.
Okay.
Arrivals. Yesterday, no one came out.
Okay.
More like,
And you guys are here CNN today? Is that how it works?
yep. And all the lawyers are outside.
Yeah, you brought us up to our affiliate Merritt Street. You probably heard me like complain about people wanting us. And also because CNN wanted us at 9 a.m.
Saturday? SAV.
Anyway, so then CNN killed us. So it's like half the equation for why we're here killed us.
Alright, I was kind of wondering, like, I saw you guys last night.
Is she?
That was on that. She was not here this morning.
Huh. It's probably been higher than they were expecting.
Not really.
You don't think so?
Had one.
Yesterday? Today. Yeah, there's last week Tara had been complaining, I don't know if she was, about not having hits. There's like Elizabeth was here, Laura was here, they had Lee doing hits, so like if the reporters themselves were each having like a lot of hits, it's probably because there were so many people here.
No. Testimony.
Say what? It was one.
Last week.
Yeah, that was crazy. Yeah.
So, like,
All right, good morning. It is about 9:04, 9:05 here on a Tuesday, and we are taking a live look back again at the courthouse in Lower Manhattan, Federal Courthouse, 600 Pearl Street, where we've seen so many big federal cases, and this Diddy trial certainly ranks among the most consequential of the last several years, certainly when you think about it from a cultural perspective, the media and entertainment world, and everything along those lines. So here we go, 9:04 in the morning. It is May 20th. Everyone waking up this morning. We appreciate you so much waking up, checking out our YouTube live channel with Fox 5 and Live. Of course, on the live channel, we try to provide all kinds of updates, not just about this trial, but really about anything that's happening. And one thing that you've probably noticed if you're on this feed is that we do keep a camera up down here at the courthouse in Lower Manhattan just to make sure that if there is something going on, we know right away when the attorneys will come out, not just the attorneys for Diddy or the prosecutors, but also the attorneys for several of the witnesses who come in to testify, because a lot of them have their own representatives who are there. Certainly Cassie Ventura, who was a major witness last week, of course, the heart and soul of this trial for the prosecution. She was there with her attorney last week, as well as her husband, Alex Fine. And one of the interesting things that happened last week was that after her testimony, her husband issued a statement kind of on behalf of the family, where he really gave some what has been described as powerful statements, talking about how she had put in a lot of work for herself emotionally, in getting over some of the things that she testified about. And what we've seen since then, since her testimony wrapped up last week, these new witnesses who've been called are essentially being called to corroborate her story. So to provide this authenticity and credibility, really, to what her story is. And if you think about what she testified about, some of the sexual abuse that she said was happening, some of the physical assaults, the domestic violence, the fears that she had, the threats, kind of pins at the underbelly of what this case is, and what the prosecutors hope to show as a whole in this case. So her testimony is the microcosm that you can expand out and look at the entire case. So what's going to happen today? Today's day 7, the Sean Combs trial. Key points today: we know that David James, a name to remember, David James will return to the stand, and he is expected to begin a testimony in the case. Just a little bit of background about him. We know that he worked closely with Sean Diddy Combs. James spent about 2 years working directly for Combs, offering the jury yesterday kind of an inside look at the music mogul's private life and his inner circle. So these are people who, it's hard to say for sure, but these are certainly people who may or may not have wanted to testify against their former boss, but often, and the way it works in the court system is if you are subpoenaed and you are called to testify in a criminal trial and the judge orders you to testify, you got to be there. And if you're not, you face these charges, or you face the consequences that may come with that. And once you put your hand on that Bible or whatever it is that you got to do, and you swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, whether you want to say it or not, your truth is what's provided there. And in this case, it's information provided on behalf of the prosecution. James kind of grew emotional. Again, his name is David James, kind of two first names there. But David James kind of grew emotional during his testimony. He actually cried a little bit when he talked about the high points and deep tensions in the relationship between Diddy and Cassie Ventura. Because don't forget, this was a relationship, one way or the other. Turbulent relationship is maybe the lightest way that you can describe it, but these were two people who were in a relationship for a long period of time. And David James offered this perspective that there were better days often between the couple, but also described the darker moments, kind of suggesting this complex and volatile dynamic. So his testimony will set the tone for the day, and could offer a little more insight into how Combs allegedly controlled people around him, both personally and professionally. When you talk about that word control, that's a big important word here, because that is key to some of the charges that we're facing. Sex trafficking, control. Racketeering and conspiracy, controlling a larger operation. Transportation to engage in prostitution, controlling this operation. And so when you hear from witnesses like this who can talk about not just Diddy's personal life, but kind of how his personal life spread into his business world, you can see why the prosecution may want to call these witnesses. The key charges that we're looking at here: racketeering, conspiracy. The prosecution argues Combs operated a criminal enterprise involving sex trafficking, coercion, and abuse of power. Sex trafficking, 2 counts, allegedly orchestrating the transportation and exploitation of women, including Cassie, why her testimony is so important, using force, fraud, or coercion, and the transportation to engage in prostitution, 2 counts of that as well. Specific allegations: he transported people across state lines for illicit purposes. And illicit purposes would go to those freak-offs that we happen and have heard about so often in this trial. So again, 9:10 here on a Tuesday morning, and so we are obviously following everything that's happening with the Diddy case. Just got word, kind of tracking some of the live updates coming out of the courtroom, and it looks like Sean Diddy Combs did arrive in court already, so he's there at the witness table. Sat at the defense table, just kind of a description, just in case you care, wearing a dark sweater over a white shirt, and it looks like the testimony is entering its 7th day, and it's going to get started here at any moment. So what's been happening in this trial this week, really, because here we are, day 2. We know that David James kind of finished up his testimony yesterday, but really, or will likely finish up his testimony today, I should say. But really what everyone is talking about this morning when it comes to what was said in court yesterday is the testimony from Dawn Richard. Dawn Richard. Kind of some debate this morning about how her name is pronounced, Dawn Richard, but when you hear her pronounce it, she says her name is Dawn Richard. Anyway, she's a former member of the Danity Kane band and also the Dirty Money group, which was a link to Diddy, produced by him, all that kind of stuff. And she testified in court about repeated abuse that she witnessed when it comes to Diddy Combs and Cassie Ventura. A couple of incidents that she noted specifically. Maybe before I get into some of the details here, just want to let you know that if you are tuning in to our live channel on YouTube, which you are, that please feel free to ask questions, chime in. You know, we see that a lot of folks are writing in the comments section there. If you write a comment in there, we're watching it. We can see it. We've got our finger on the pulse of this, and so we would like to provide any context that we can when it comes to what's happening. We know that a lot of people are watching, waiting, looking for those headlines. This feed, just in case you're wondering, sometimes we'll get just a couple hundred people watching what's happening, but on the busier days, we certainly have 6,000-7,000 people. So if you're watching, you're definitely not alone. This is something that a lot of people care about and are invested in. So anyway, so let's talk about Dawn Richard's testimony. Again, Dawn Richard, member of the Danity Kane group, just a singer who was associated with Diddy, and also Cassie Ventura. So she testified that in 2009, there was the skillet incident, and she saw Combs try to hit Cassie with a skillet filled with eggs, fried eggs. After Cassie deflected it, Combs beat her on the ground and dragged her upstairs. Said she witnessed that. Threats of violence. The next day, Richard recalled Combs saying that people go missing if they say things like that, which she took as a direct threat. You know, when you think about language like that, people go missing, that is something that, you know, if you watch any mob movie, you know, you might hear that kind of threat. People go missing if you say things like that. Maybe you should be a little careful around here. That's the language that prosecutors will try to play up when they talk about their racketeering charge. Racketeering charges, of course, those RICO cases are how they take down the mob. So when we talk about somebody who had this extended power over people to incite fear and instill fear, what the prosecution will get at. Not my words, not my intentions to say that's what they're achieving, but that's certainly what they're looking at. The defense will argue otherwise. I want to get a little bit more into what the defense is saying in just a few minutes. But anyway, we have the other allegations of the... hold on, we're just going to check the audio here. We can boost it up a little bit. Sometimes also when we have the sound from outside the courtroom, Michael. Sometimes from outside, when you can sort of hear what's happening outside, like there. So if it's a little high, it might be hard to hear. So we saw somebody kind of saying it may be a little hard to hear. So apologize about that. Setting the scene just very quickly. We are at the Diddy trial, Lower Manhattan. They just moved the camera on us there, taking a look at some of the security officials who are outside. Again, it's Pearl Street, Lower Manhattan. And looks like we're on the move. Where are we going? Photographers out there, maybe moving around. Sometimes when you're kind of in those penned-in areas where the barricades are, They may or may not ask you to take a step back, depending on if there's a witness coming in or out, or things along those lines. Not sure if that's what's happening here, but certainly is a possibility when you have a high-profile case like this. But regardless, just one last time, we know that David James is expected to return to the stand today, personal assistant for Diddy, for 2 years during some of the times in question when we talk about that relationship with Cassie Ventura, the key star witness for the prosecution. And he is expected to continue to testify today, offered that kind of a different perspective, really a male's perspective, because seeing that, someone who's close to Diddy, is that side of it. Getting back to what really was the heart of the testimony yesterday was from a woman named Dawn Richard, a singer for a group called Danity Kane and other groups. Two things that she testified about: a skillet incident where she said that she saw Diddy attack Cassie, the threats of violence. The next day, after this alleged skillet incident, Richard recalled Combs saying that, quote, "people go missing if they say things like that." Keep that in mind when we talk about some of the language that the prosecutors will hone in on. A pattern of abuse. Richard testified that she often saw Combs punch, choke, and drag Cassie. Cassie would cover up those bruises with makeup and clothing. They also showed some really graphic images in court. If you wanted to, those images are out there. They're pretty much made public at this point. And when you get to a story from yesterday about what happened, and they do have those photos, you'll also see pictures of drugs, prescription drugs, powdered drugs, that was a part of the testimony, that those were narcotics and others that were used as a part of these freak-offs. Of course, there was the baby oil, suitcases filled with baby oil that were a part of it. If you're watching this feed and you're paying attention, you know all about the baby oil, so we don't have to go too deep into it, unless somebody asks a question about it, and then we can talk. But then there's the other element of control. Remember that word, control, fear. Those are the types of words that prosecutors will really try to play up. But career control. Dawn Richard claimed Combs controlled Cassie's career, sabotaging opportunities and asserting ownership over her music. So, of course, in a case like this, prosecutors get to ask the questions, but defense gets their turn too. And during that cross-examination, the defense pointed out what they say were inconsistencies in her prior statements, suggesting that she was motivated by a personal grievance. And should point out here that she does have a pending lawsuit, civil suit as well. But some legal analysts who are sort of weighing in on cable news last night, whether it's CNN or elsewhere, NBC, they say her testimony really does support the prosecution's broader strategy of showing a long-standing pattern of control and abuse. So Cassie's story started it off. These witnesses corroborate it and link it to some of the larger charges that we're looking at. So who else is going to testify today? Something to keep in mind, and we want you to know. Sometimes you tune in here and you're hoping to maybe catch a glimpse of a witness or catch a glimpse of somebody when you watch our feed. Maybe you like to chime in on the side and see what everyone else is saying about the case. And certainly we do encourage you to post a question. If you have one, please keep it clean if you can. I know there's not much that's kind of G-rated in a case like this. This is a tough case when it comes to some of the language and some of the images that we're talking about. But anyway, big witness that's going to testify today, or if not today, then tomorrow or something along those lines. Regina Ventura. Ventura name, of course, should sound familiar because she is Cassie's mother. And so she's likely to speak about Cassie's state of mind, potential warning signs that she talked about, maybe some of the intimidation, the control, the fear that sort of goes to the trafficking and the kidnapping associations that are involved here. Another person, Jordan Jackson, who will testify either today or tomorrow. And then there is another witness who you may have heard about that is being described as the Punisher. So let's talk a little bit about the Punisher. So the Punisher, kind of conflicting views about what the name is here. So I'm not necessarily feel comfortable saying it in public here, but when they were referred to, looks like we just lost our one of our camera views here. So yeah, when you see, it's funny when you see the live view monitor there, what you're really looking at is kind of the backup for our camera feeds. So we just jumped in, changed the view. We've got a couple cameras down there. Of course, there's media from all around the world, not just New York City who's down there. And so there's always a live camera that we can kind of go to. So the Punisher, that's the nickname given to a male escort allegedly involved in these drug-fueled freak-offs and the sex parties. He was referred to during Cassie's testimony, and now we're expecting to hear directly from that witness. You know, I don't know why people are paying attention. You got this reason, you got that reason. Maybe you grew up with Diddy, you grew up with his music. Maybe you're just interested in what's happening with the news today. But whatever it is, what we get from this trial are headlines that are salacious. And certainly I would expect a significant headline to come out of the Punisher's testimony today. So watch out for that today. But Ventura said she was made to engage in sexual acts specifically with this person known as the Punisher against her will, under pressure from Combs, and often while using drugs. Again, some of those drugs were shown in court yesterday, alleged to have been confiscated from Diddy during some of those raids. I believe one of the raids at his actual hotel room, not long before he was taken into custody. Symbol of abuse. And so I'm kind of naming some of the allegations and then also giving the background information about why this testimony may go toward those specific charges. So coercion, Ventura said she was made to engage in those acts with this Punisher. Prosecutors are using the Punisher as a key figure to illustrate the degrading nature, abusive environment that the media mogul, Sean Diddy Combs, allegedly created for Ventura, but not just her, but for others. So that former exotic dancer, known as the Punisher, expected to testify, probably will provide more detail about the potential of a broader trafficking operation tied to Combs's inner circle. So think about what we've kind of talked about so far in this trial. And this, what prosecutors do is they tell a story. And you can't tell the whole story in the beginning. It's not how novels work. That's not how stories work. You have to build it up, and you're building it with blocks, piece by piece. This testimony, this evidence, this witness, that witness corroborates this one, this links to that, until you have built your case. And so Cassie laid the foundation. We have these two other witnesses, Dawn Richard, David James. Dawn Richard, a singer who was friendly with Cassie, testifying to some of the abuse, backing up her story, making it seem at least more credible. Then you have David James, who is a personal assistant of Diddy for 2 years, talking about some of the different things that were also testified to in court, potentially adding credibility, potentially adding this next piece of narrative that the prosecutors are looking for. So you have this foundation that's built. Then you start to bring in, you set the tone here, almost in waves. You know, Cassie brings us up here. These next two kind of settle it a little bit. And this Punisher testimony, you can expect will be significant, at least in terms of some of the new salacious information that we're going to get out there, and potentially could go to the broader trafficking operation. So it's not just for the headline, but it's for the 2 counts of sex trafficking. It's for the racketeering charges. It's for the transportation to engage in prostitution. So you can see how the prosecution is weaving their narrative, building the blocks. So we're looking at it from the outside. Obviously, in federal court, you can't have cameras inside. That's why, you know, we're looking outside, and I'm talking here instead of we're broadcasting the trial live. I'm trying to give you the updates as we get them. And So we're watching that closely. I'm just refreshing actually where I'm getting some of the testimony that's coming out of court so far. I do have an update about that, and I'm going to talk about that in just a second. But the question is, how is the jury responding to this? Because that's all that matters. It doesn't matter what you and I think. You know, I can look at that headline and I could say, oh, not a good day for Diddy. Or, oh, okay, prosecution is building their blocks. But what impact is it having on the jury to hear it in person, to see those tears, to see the emotion on these people's faces? Are they believing them? When you see some of the photos that are involved, how does that disturbing imagery resonate with you? Is it going to stick with jurors? Maybe as a symbol of alleged cruelty, maybe a power imbalance in the relationship between Combs. Ventura specifically, because she's the one who we've heard about, but maybe the jury, what the prosecution will hope is that they'll see it as something that carries over not just for Cassie, but for any of the other people who are involved in this case. So like I said, as promised, we do have an update that's coming out of the court. Diddy's ex-assistant, David James, has arrived in court for day 2. He's wearing a suit, white shirt. I can see it here. I just got a picture. But they haven't started yet. You want to know why? Train delays. We do still live in the city, okay? We do still take the subways. We do still take mass transit. Jurors are just like the rest of us. Could have been you. It could have been me. We could have got our jury request. We could have had to go down to the courtroom and, you know, who knows? It could have ended up on this trial. So these are people who take the train to work and taking the train down to the courtroom today. And the start of testimony with David James has been delayed just a bit. 4 jurors have not arrived by 9 o'clock. They say train problems. You know what? I don't know, I got to talk to somebody over at the transportation system headquarters because a juror was also running late yesterday, also potentially because of train problems. So anyway, so let's, I've been going good for like 20, 25 minutes. So do we have any people asking any questions out there? What are we looking at? The what now? The what? The details of Cassie's testimony. Okay. Yeah. Right. So let's if we could, somebody was asking kind of about the details of Cassie's testimony. And I think that it was important to think about how the prosecutors built this up. When Cassie was testifying, what the photos that were released, at least were shown to the jurors because they weren't released publicly. But there were a couple different items. There was the video, specific incident from the hotel. Now that's one incident. Others were described, but that's the one that they showed. Then what the jurors were shown were images from these sex parties. And Cassie had to acknowledge that was her, that these parties actually happened. So then this other part, these images that just were released were in a different part of this case. So this was the images of the alleged domestic violence. There's a picture out there where you can see the wound that's kind of up here. It's an open wound. Took a picture. You can see her sunglasses where she's trying to cover up things, other sort of bruise marks on her face. So those came out publicly right around the time that Dawn Richard is testifying. So we heard Cassie testify about the violence and the sex parties, confirming the images in the sex parties. Then we heard Dawn Richard, a friend and a former singer. Well, she's probably still a singer, but a singer who was associated with Diddy and his band Danity Kane, talking about the domestic violence. Those photos then become public, kind of backing up some of what she said. So you see how they're building this up. I don't know why they don't allow cameras in federal court. I mean, from the media, we hate it, right? I mean, everybody watched the OJ case. A lot of people watched all these high-profile cases that happened, Scott Peterson and all those cases. But remember, those are state cases. So in state court, like a county court, like Kings County, Essex County, New Jersey, Westchester County, the judges there have a little more discretion about what media will be allowed to do while inside the courtroom. There certainly are some judges. I was in a court up in Connecticut. It was two guys who were sent away for murder for a crime that they didn't commit. And when they were being released, essentially, there were no cameras allowed in the courtroom, video cameras, which would have been nice because their emotion was very significant. But there were still photos that were allowed. So sometimes it's still photos that kind of come out. Often when you're in you see court cases in the city, in Manhattan, almost always you get a photo. If there's the media, it's a case that the media is interested in, you'll often get a photo. Sometimes you do get video, but often it's the photos from, just kind of thinking off the top of my head. Federal court is different. Sometimes the nature of the cases are a little bit different. I mean, federal cases, especially in Manhattan, you're talking about, sometimes it's international crimes, it's terrorism. It is, cases like this where the media frenzy is really intense and significant. Not that those other cases aren't, but it's just kind of the broad standard. Whether you go down to North Carolina, California, Arizona, there's federal prosecutors in each one of those states, many of them, federal courts everywhere, and it's just the broad rule. So you got to respect that a little bit, that they keep it kind of broad there. And again, just in case you weren't there at the beginning of our stream, and we have been on live since just about 9 o'clock this morning, setting the scene, Pearl Street, Lower Manhattan. You didn't miss anything if you're just tuning in. Court has been delayed a little bit because some of the jurors have been delayed because of train problems. Shout out to the transit system out there. Hopefully they get things worked out. Most of us get to and where we're going. They take care of us over at the MTA most of the time. But today it looks like there were some train troubles. Those jurors have not arrived yet, so they have delayed it. David James, a personal assistant for Diddy, will testify. It was Dawn Richard, who's the singer, who testified, really backing up Cassie's claims of a pattern of abuse, witness intimidation, and career control, going to the heart of some of the prosecutors' charges of racketeering, sex trafficking, and transportation to engage. So these aren't just people who are brought up there to tell a story because it's going to make a headline. They're up there to tell a story because it is going to lay out the narrative for the charges here. And whether or not it's going to make a difference to the jury, we will all find out when we find out. Two other key witnesses who we expect today, Regina, that's her name, right? Regina Ventura. Yeah, Regina Ventura, Cassie's mother. Just going to quote from theindependent.com. They're saying that Regina Ventura's testimony will likely focus on an event that took place in December of 2011 when her daughter Cassie returned to Connecticut and detailed Combs's alleged threats and physical abuse. Cited in the Independent, first reported on in the Washington Post. So you heard it here now, and later on you're probably going to read about more of the details. Cassie Ventura's mother expected to testify today about a specific incident that happened in December of 2011. So if you're one of the couple thousand people who are listening to our YouTube channel right now here with Fox 5, there's a little piece of information that you'll have. The elder Ventura may also be asked about a $20,000 sum that prosecutors say Combs demanded after Cassie began a relationship with rapper Kid Cudi. There's a whole part of this testimony previously where Cassie had talked about some of the jealousy that Combs presented after she was trying to date some other people. This particular incident is one that may get talked about. So maybe a $20,000 that Combs wanted Cassie to give or pay back or give back to him for whatever reason, because he thought that she was having a relationship with Diddy. With Kid Cudi. Washington Post goes on to say that the defense isn't denying the hip hop mogul demanded the $20,000, but Combs's attorneys have argued that the exchange is not relevant to the overall charges. And look, the mom did wire the money to Combs before it was returned shortly afterward. The prosecution argues that the exchange indicates coercion and control that Combs exercised over Cassie during their relationship. So not just something that happens out of the blue, but something that does go to the heart of the charges that are there. So some of the questions that we've had and some of the things that we're watching. So yeah, that's what's going on today. I hope you got a little bit out of that. Any other questions that we had out there? I mean, that you kind of see. Yeah. It is a good talking point. You know, you think about it, like I listen to a lot of Supreme Court cases because I'm a nerd like that. And even they have audio. They don't have video, but they do have audio. So you can tell when you could, even if you're not in the courtroom, you can kind of see where the Supreme Court justices are thinking. Obviously, they have some big important cases in front of them right now, specifically when it comes to immigration issues. And so you can hear the Supreme Court justices, that's the word I'm searching for, you can hear kind of where they're leaning when it comes to what's happening in federal court. You really have to rely on the media that's in there, for better or worse. You know, one thing that's interesting in this case as well is shout out to all the, and I know it takes away from my business, but shout out to all the streamers out there who are going live on their own Instagram pages and things along those lines. Stay tuned to ours because I'm giving you some good information, but they're in there. They're providing these details as well. So this is a case that really is not just significant because of who it is and what it is, but also in the way that it's being covered now, because you do have these streamers who are in there and just sort of giving you this information as it happens. But they can't do it from the courtroom, and we can't see those pictures from the courtroom. This case is open to the public theoretically. So, you know, if you wanted to get there, you ain't getting in today. I'm sorry to break it to you. But if you wanted to go tomorrow, you get in line today, you may be able to sneak yourself in there. Maybe you can get into that spillover room. If on a Wednesday in the middle of May, you don't have anything else to do, certainly that's a possibility. So that's one of the thoughts that I've always had with that. I've always wished that they had cameras in those federal courts, because some of those cases aren't just interesting, but they kind of go at the heart of a lot of what we talk about. So here we go, 9:38, 9:40. It is Wednesday morning. We are live at the Diddy trial, delayed a little bit this morning. Let me just check to see if there's an update. Live, let's see. What are we looking at here? Yep. All right. So they did actually start. So it looks like some of the jurors have all arrived. Let's get into court. Let's make things happen today. So Sean Diddy Combs' former assistant, David James, has taken the stand. He is continuing his testimony. This is from theindependent.com. Yesterday, James testified that he worked 20-hour days for the music mogul, the price of doing business with someone like Diddy. And he alleged that a fellow employee once said, "This is Combs' kingdom, and we are all here to serve in it." Maybe that goes to the racketeering charges. And when you talk about a criminal enterprise, or at least an enterprise, and now it's on the prosecution to push the criminal aspects of it. The defense will say, I mean, and the argument that they've made their defense has kind of been twofold so far. One is the overall thing that they put out in the beginning, that this is an overreach, that this is you're reaching here by charging Diddy with everything that is involved here. The racketeering charges, the RICO charges, the kidnapping, the sexual exploitation, and those things. And they've said that, you know, maybe you don't like what Diddy was doing. Maybe you're not into that kind of thing. Maybe that kind of thing, you hear it when it comes to some of the sex parties and you think it's disgusting and vile, but it's not criminal. What he was into is what he was into. And if they were going to charge him with domestic violence, because that's a lot of what we've talked about here, they should have charged him with domestic violence and not these other broader, more serious charges. Well, I don't want to say domestic violence isn't serious, but these charges that theoretically could land him life in prison. So the defense is also kind of focused on poking holes, specifically in Cassie's credibility. They highlighted her past relationships with her relationship with Combs. They released text messages that they said showed that she was very much aware of the freak-offs and very much in agreement, or at least in agreement during parts of it, and sort of showing a different side of what the relationship was, saying that there were two sides here, and there were two willing participants, at least in certain incidents, that they pointed to, and that they say the text messages that they provide backed up. They argue that Ventura is not a reliable narrator. And if she's not a reliable narrator, then the rest of the prosecution case falls apart. Prosecutors and analysts point out the law doesn't require Ventura to be perfect. So the other side, she doesn't have to be perfect, just truthful and consistent enough to establish a pattern of abuse. So here we are back in court this morning. Let me just see if there's anything else that has happened here since we have been sitting down. So there is the former assistant, David James, who is testifying as we speak. And later on, two key witnesses that you should keep in mind. Regina Ventura, who is Cassie's mother. She is expected to testify today. And I'm just going to tell you now because it's 9:40 in the morning. But by the time it gets to 9:40 at night, if you check, some of our local papers and the websites, the name and the phrase "The Punisher" is going to be the headline. Sorry to say it, but the Punisher is someone that's the nickname given to a male escort allegedly involved in the drug-fueled freak-off sex parties orchestrated by Diddy. Someone who may testify to people being pressured to do things against their will, specifically Cassie. Prosecutor could also, well, not the prosecutor, prosecutors, we think that they're using the Punisher as a key figure to illustrate the coercive and degrading and abusive environment that Combs allegedly created for Ventura and others. The defense might say, okay, but is that a domestic violence situation, or are you overreaching on these racketeering and kidnapping charges? And that witness, the Punisher, called by the prosecution, expected to take the stand today. His name will be made public later. I'm not going to say it right now. I think I have it, but I just don't feel comfortable saying it until he's publicly identified in court. But that person may provide more detail about the broader trafficking operation, bringing people across state lines to make sure that these parties are happening. And is the jury going to buy it? Still very early in this case. We're in week 2 of what's probably going to be a 6 to 8 week trial. And here we are, 9:43 in the morning. It's a Wednesday, and it's a couple hours before our next broadcast. Well, we're still on the air right now with Good Day New York. But if you're interested in this trial specifically, you can tune in to Fox 5 at noon. We're going to have a live update from the court. We have reporters inside who are listening to the details of the current ex-assistant who's taking the stand. And of course, 5 or 6 o'clock. I'm usually here in the mornings, right around this time, maybe a little later, 10:30, kind of wrapping up what happened the day before and what we can expect today. So today, things are underway, and we'll check in with you guys later. We appreciate everyone, and have yourself a fine day.
Shit with Diddy? No. John, what am I missing?
Oh, lots. Tons of stuff.
I see you with the lens up, man.
Tons of stuff.
Yeah, I saw this. Oh, Cassie? No. No, I just got here. I was putting my rig together and I saw you guys running. I didn't want to run this way. I thought Marshall's window. Keep talking. What do you, this guy? Is he one of the boys? Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
No, they should have overnight him. This is not so far. He's not paying the rules. Well, the last night I did a video at 7. 8 o'clock. 4 8, whatever. You did? Yeah, that's what I mean. No, look, it's better to be 2 hours early than 2. Right? In this business. That'll be 2 hours early. Really? What day is right? I mean, why didn't they say, you know what? Yeah, I don't care how much money you pay me. Like, I got to draw the line. So you know what? Cassie said. That's what I don't understand. You don't know how to bring these parties together. They tried to take my gallbladder out. I fought them. I said, we're not doing that. Ready? Write it down. Case I was telling you about. I told them you're not taking my gallbladder out, but then the hospital sent me a bill for $5,000 anyway, which I had to fight, and I had. Yeah, so there's an office in Albany. Oh, this is 20 years ago. Yeah, fuck that. Oh, wow. Alright. I think it's called Office of Medical Ethics. Get your phone out. New York State Office of Medical Ethics. It's in the Attorney General. It's part of the Attorney General upstate. It's a medical ethics office.
you. We miss you.
Where are we? Around the corner? Yeah. It wasn't that.
Vai sair alguém aqui desse prédio.
É, famoso, né?
Man, it warmed up. Start to get there.
people. Who's that?
This is still the Diddy trial?
7 more weeks.
Oh no.
Thanks.
Oh, sure, man. I don't think I slept last night. I think that might be my other problem. I was looking at my sleep thing on my watch, and it said that I didn't sleep from like, I mean, I knew I was up for like an hour, from like midnight until 1, but I went to bed at 9.
She's got rocks.
Isn't that your friend? Why does she have a rock?
She's got 2 rocks.
shooter right here.
It just looked cool.
What is going on?
I'm sorry, I just was scrolling and looking at the
I don't trust that.
I thought she was going to throw
I thought she was too. No one walks around with rocks.
She's
Hey, do you follow Ryan Reynolds and what's his name's soccer team?
Rob McElhenney?
Yeah. The
No,
Wrexham
I mean
team?
I know about it, but I haven't watched their show.
Yeah, they got promoted again for the third year in a row, and they're going to be in the championship league next year, which is one step below the Premier League. Yeah. They missed the very first year that they got the team like with 3 months left, and they pumped money into the team, bought a few players, not a ton of money, but like, they got some guys who were like at the end of they were never going to make it to the Premier League, and like paid them a lot of money to come over for what they were doing, and they nearly got promoted the first year, but then the next year they either came in second or won, and the next year they won every single year to get up there. Yeah, they're the champion.
Because didn't they buy, like the team was like garbage, right? And they bought
Yeah,
it for,
the
like,
team
nothing.
was nearly bankrupt, and I think at the time it was during the pandemic too. But I think this whole thing, if I remember how Napoli tells the story, is that he wanted to get a team. He was researching teams prior to the pandemic, and that the pandemic kind of exacerbated a lot of team finances. And this team in particular just had a whole bunch of problems. It was really interesting because it was like it was owned by somebody that was fairly successful locally. Then some local corporation bought it and essentially just used it for marketing. Then they sold the stadium to someone or some entity. They were leasing it, and they were going to tear it down and move the team, and it was like this whole shit show. And essentially,
Is it in Ireland or in
it's in England. It's in England. And essentially, in England, soccer teams are like a protected asset, right? It's kind of romantic in a way. So the community ended up bailing the team out because it was going so poorly, but they couldn't like keep going. You know what I mean? Like I didn't know. Like I mean, I did know this, but there's Premier League teams that are largely publicly owned, and so the public, like they choose who the president's going to be, things like that. They choose who the board members are going to be. It's not like just somebody can just have a bunch of money come and buy it, right?
Right.
Yeah, and the finances are all overseen. It's like this whole like whole thing. There's a good story on the Glazers when they bought Manchester United 10 years ago, or 15 years ago, 20 years ago. It was a really good article at the time. Anyway, yeah, so they bought the team and essentially just started pumping money into it. They reacquired the stadium. They've been putting, they've been trying to resurrect the stadium in little bits and pieces. What do they call it? There's like soccer stadiums are different. They build things differently than they do here. Like we build like one encompassing thing. There, essentially, the football stadium is connected to the road, and there's like a bar. There's this big bar and stuff like that. So you can't just like build the stadium and just get rid of this 500-year-old building. You just can't do it.
Yeah.
So the building's there, and they've been trying to build out around that stadium and replace the sides slowly. I think they've done a couple of them. But it's like it's really just fucking interesting, like how it all works. Cool. They've been very, very thoughtful about all the things that they've been doing. I don't know. I actually really don't know how they're like so good with getting the right players. Because they get this guy Paul Mullen, who no one's ever heard of before. I mean, I never heard of him right now. I mean, he was like a nobody, really. I mean, he wasn't a Premier League level player. But then they got him, and he was like dominating for like the first 2 years that he was there. Got injured a couple of times. They played a championship team, right below the Premier League team. They played some championship teams and beat them. He like kicked a fucking penalty kick. And, oh man, it was like fucking huge. I was watching it live. I think the game was on ESPN or something. Really? Yeah, it was crazy stuff. And then because when they bought the team was essentially in like a semi-pro league. So the guys made like $2,500 a month or something like that. But a lot of them had other jobs. It's like they weren't really a professional team. And so they started acquiring these guys who were professionals to play on the team, and then that's what kind of like Paul Mullins was one of those guys. And I don't think anyone's really allowed around from the original team anymore. They kind of ran through everybody, but that's kind of the after. Like a 35-year-old goalkeeper plays there for 10 years. You know what I mean? Like he's never going anywhere, but like that's his team. Right. Yeah, it's completely different, like kind of approach and level. It's actually quite interesting. Yeah, and then that whole series, like This Is Wrexham, I only watched a few episodes of the whole series. Really cool. Yeah. And they hired one of their friends who's a writer in LA, and he's American, I think. And he moved to England. Maybe he was already there. No, I don't think so. I think he was in LA. He like partially moved to England to be the president of the team, to oversee it. But that was like, he was not there to run the team. He was there to make sure those two who had their acting careers kind of going full steam, like were fully abreast of what was going on. But like actual soccer people were running the team. Like a really freaking interesting way of doing things. And the guy gets up there and he starts talking about stuff. It's like so personal. It's almost like they picked him because they knew he could be on screen and would have that kind of charisma that you're like confident listening to. It's really, really interesting. Yeah, it's cool.
It's a great story.
I mean, there's all these other teams, people are buying teams and stuff, but I don't think it's the same. The story about the Glazers is really interesting too. Because they did a leveraged buyout of Manchester United.
Who are the Glazers?
The Glazers own the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And I mean, when they did it 20 years ago, I didn't know who they were. But they own some other properties too. Don't they get rich on? I don't know, something. But essentially the old man, was still alive at the time, owned the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and the kids got together and they were looking for some sort of investment, and they figured out that the Manchester United brand was like totally undervalued, and at the time, the team was like the best team in the world, like one of the best teams in the world, and they completely just took NFL thought process and business practices and applied it to that team. That was their whole intent, right? It's like, it's very romantic what you guys are doing over here, but like these guys are like the Yankees, except in England, and you're not branding them the right way, and they fucking completely turned over the entire team. But it carries like almost all the original debt from before, but it's still performing at a very high level. It generates a lot of cash.
Because Manchester United is typically like one of the highest.
Yeah, they're a top 5 team. Yeah, I think maybe this year they had a bad year, but like They're typically a top 5 team.
I mean, even me, and I know absolutely nothing about soccer.
Yeah.
I know.
Well, they also had a super famous coach, whatever his name was now, I can't remember. But he was the coach at the time they took the team over, and he retired. I don't know what his name was, but he left. He left the team. He had again, there was like this whole other thing that was kind of going on where he had investments with these 2 gambling guys, and they had a horse, and he didn't want the horse studded or something. I don't know what the fuck it was. But like when they did that, they went in and they bought all these shares of Manchester United and essentially forced him out. Yeah, it was really fucking crazy. And it was all around the time that that enabled the Blazers to get their foot in the door of Man U. Because they could have probably bought Man U themselves, they're English, and they could have kept it in English hands. But because they divested themselves, it's almost like they did it to fuck over that coach. Fucking crazy town. Fucking crazy town. It's a mafia. Fucking mafia. You know? Total mafia. Yeah, really fucking interesting stuff. And then the article essentially says, it might have been the Athletic that actually, now that I think about it. I think that they essentially say that because of what Manchester United did, that gave license to all these other top teams to go, oh yeah, why aren't we doing it like that too? Like PSG, which everybody apparently hates, but they win every single year because they have all the money in the French league. I think that's because the other French teams just don't spend when they don't have money. You know what I mean? So they can't go out. But apparently they've changed their ways too, because they've migrated away from hiring or signing huge names to contracts. They're going to like the guy, not the guy who's the A++ on the international stage, but the guy who's like the B++ A. Right? We're doing that. The guy who's also 20% cheaper because nobody knows who he is, but he can defend Messi. 95 times out of 100. It's like that kind of thing. Anyway, yeah, it was really big. I love it.
Sounds like a great 70s sports movie.
It is. Yeah.
Never seen a baby blue beam.
Powder blue, bro. That is like some shade right there. That is I can buy this and I can paint it. You know what the paint job is?
Stupid color.
It is, right?
That kind of color to me only belongs in like classic.
I can see that. I've been thinking about getting another car, like a personal car, because my kid wrecked my first car, the Passat that I got like years ago now, and it didn't wreck it, but like it's falling apart. Because I let me to drive it. And then I was like, do I want to buy a brand new car? Everybody wants $800 for a car. It's like a month. It's like, what the fuck? I'm like, I should just find myself an old fucking 4Runner and like do that to it. Paint it baby blue, put all the shit on it I want. Fucking just drive it.
There you go.
I bought, Beth English?
Yeah.
Yeah. So Beth had a Vespa. When she moved here, she bought it because she sold her one. She was in Portland, sold that one, and bought one brand new here in 2009. So she has it. Doesn't like driving the city with it. It sits. Sells it to my ex-girlfriend. At the time, she's my girlfriend. The thing's got a whole bunch of problems on it. Katie can't figure out how to get it fixed. Her and I break up in 2018. She calls me up like 3 months later and goes, hey, if you pay for this repair, $150, you can take the Vespa. I don't want to put any more money into it. I just want to get it moved. It's just not acting right. So I give her $150. I go pick it up from Scooter Bottega in fucking Brooklyn, and I've had it ever since. But it still had a lot of problems.
Yeah.
And I just put $1,000 into it over the winter time.
Oh.
Fucking running like a champ now. It's gonna be 20 years old in 2028.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm like fucking.
Okay.
I like old things.
It's nice.
I don't know what it is about it. Like, sometimes it's like old things are kind of cool. I had a guitar that I bought at a Carmine guitar shop on Carmine Street. It was a acoustic. And there was something wrong about it. I didn't know what it was. It was a nice big wide body acoustic. It looked like a Guild guitar, but it was top medium. It was made in the 70s. Yeah. It's a Japanese brand of guitar. But they were doing knockoffs like in the 70s. So I went in for $250 for it. The bridge was all fucked up on it, and the neck was fucked up on it. And that's what I didn't realize. Someone hit the old bridge and topped off, somebody put a new bridge on, didn't lay it out right, so the strings kind of came off the fretboard a little bit, so you couldn't really play it the right way at all. And then the neck had peeled off, like it had separated from the brace on the inside. So one day up at my dad's house, we cinched everything together. I put a screw right through the neck, and I take the dovetail and I push everything back together. Not perfect, but straight as an arrow now. This is years ago. Then during the pandemic, I find a guy for $500 to replace the bridge. It's a lot of work. And a fucking 1976 guitar. I love that guitar.
Cool.
I fucking love it. I love it.
Yeah.
I want to get the fresh replaced. These are all wonderful. But I like old shit.
Well, I mean, it's nice to have something that like lasts, and like it's got some wear, some character.
It's got like a history to it. That's what I like about it. It's like I have a Yamaha, which is a low end Yamaha acoustic. It's like the best $200 guitar I think you can possibly buy. It doesn't matter what day or night or where you are. It never is out of tune. I can't explain it. It just heat, whatever. You have it next to the window, and it's like freezing out. It's picking up, and it sounds right.
Yeah.
Guild is the Japanese not like that. But it's like, I love this guitar, it's so fucking cool. It's just, it has all this character. That's what I want to do. The car's got to be running. It's got to be running. I can't, it doesn't have, cars get really expensive. Like that motorcycle, not everything's fixed on it. The guy needs to make some adjustments to it. I'm going to wait for tomorrow.
Well, fixing stuff up like that too, like it's all that time and money and effort, like it's like really yours.
Yeah.
It's not just like an object you bought in a store.
Yeah.
That's
It's like, you can go out and buy a brand new Vespa for like 10 grand. And they'll finance it for 5 years, it'll cost you nothing. You know what I mean? But then it's like, it's just an old guy, it's a new Vespa. It doesn't have like the history of being best old one. It's like, I know where it's bad. Like Katie and I, we pushed it all the way through fucking Brooklyn over scootable tanks and it didn't start.
It's got some memories.
I know it's on my new bit.
Right.
It still has like a lot of it's really good. My kids call it milkshake.
Milkshake?
Yeah, because it's like a vanilla color. Yeah. Katie had like really thick. You ever meet her? She's a camerawoman at Channel.
Oh, I think
You probably have her. Yeah. Her sister's a camerawoman at CBS too. Yeah, both of them.
God bless.
Yeah, that fucking steering wheel. Like fucking pedals. And they have a fucking rudder pedal. Flight an ultralight. She's good people. We used to live along. Anyway. Yeah, I love that. I love that bike. My kids like it. It's like a bike. I mean, it rides nice. It's a 150, but it doesn't feel like a 150. It's a little heavier. So it's like a nice smoother. Yeah.
Numbers.
Well, the 150cc is a really small engine, and I think Vespa engines are like they're 1-cylinders. I don't know how it exactly works as a 1-cylinder, but they're not like this is how they are. Like a Harley is like 800 cc's or 1600 cc's. Like the 1600cc is like that's a really big motorcycle. I think that's a big one. And those are the ones you ride on the highway. Like you wouldn't take a Vespa on the highway because you just cannot go fast enough. You would get run over by cars. you don't have enough power to get a problem. But the bikes are super heavy. Everything's a clutch. There's no automatics. This is an automatic because it's a smaller bike. It can get up to 70 miles an hour, but I don't like to do that.
On a Vespa?
Yeah, it's got wheels. It's got wheels on it. This fucking big.
Yeah.
And Leah and we're doing like a weekend at the end of May, right before my sabbatical. We're gonna stay at the Standard for a couple nights. And I said, you know, it'd be really fun. Is I should bring the Vespa into the city so we can scoot around the city Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And she's like, yeah, that would be really great. And then I started thinking about it. I'm like, oh, I gotta ride it. I gotta ride it all the way through Newark, through Harrison. I gotta make a short jump on the highway, like going towards Jersey City. That's kind of the only really shitty part about it. And then come in Lower Manhattan from there, which actually kind of works because the Standard's right there. Then I gotta, but I want to do it. I gotta figure out how to do it, like how to timing wise to do it. But anyway, yeah, I love that thing. I got a couple helmets coming on Thursday. A couple new ones. Then sometimes some things are too old. My cousin bought a 1993 like Land Cruiser. Yeah, the Toyota Land Cruiser. You know, the bigger SUVs that Toyota makes. And I was like, I drove it, brought it up to a summer vacation thing everybody was at. And I was like, oh, that's really cool, man. So then I went and I drove it around like for about 4 or 5 miles, and I was like, oh yeah, actually I don't want this thing. Because I said, do you drive this on the highway? And he goes, I don't know, not really. I kind of drive it around town. I drove it on the highway to get here. He said, but it's like super loud. It's got rack and pinion steering. It's on power steering because it's like a 90s thing. It's got a carburetor in it. It's like all these things where you couldn't even, the engine had a problem. You couldn't even take it to a modern mechanic shop because it would be like, they don't know how to do a carburetor. You have to know that somebody knows how to fix that. And I was like, maybe the 1990s isn't the right year. It was like a little too old. It didn't have any safety features in it. It had, it just didn't have like any modern safety features at all.
Yeah.
ABS brakes, like none of that stuff. Yeah. I was like, maybe I have to bump it up a little bit and think about that. Yeah. The other thing was, I know I'm rambling now, but it was a couple of years ago, the Society of Automotive Engineers, they took classic cars and then they took the contemporary car version of it and they did crash tests. So they were showing cars from the 60s, right? And the standard crash test they use now. And the impact, like what the cars look like after impact, these big old boxy cars compared to what their contemporary, their relatives look like, it was like night and day. Like a 35-mile-an-hour off-center crash was taking the steering wheel and pushing it to the dummies. Where the same crash on this modern vehicle wouldn't even damage the box. Like they would completely walk away where they'd be dead in the first accident. I was like, fuck. I had no idea that the engineering on that car, you think a big box car, you're like, safety, right? And like, no, not really. Like it was like nuts. Anyway, that's what I was thinking about. Yeah, really effective. They're not as stylish as they were, but man, the cars are a lot safer.
Yeah, all these modern cars, they just look like electric racers.
Yeah, they do. My son just got into a car accident. He fell asleep and T-boned a tree. And when I say we're lucky that he's alive, it's like he did exactly what that car did that I was describing. It was an off-center, probably 30-mile-an-hour crash. And that fucking Subaru completely held its shape. Completely held its shape. I mean,
that's some scary shit.
Yeah, it was scary. Totally fucking scary. I mean, the car's gone. But he walked away. The tree's hurting.
he break like the bones or anything?
Nope, he had the classic like car strap around his neck like that scar. His stomach hurt, his little sap down there, so it didn't like hit square on the belly.
Yeah.
Aside from that, his tailbone hurts because he went up the back. You know. I mean, he's in one piece.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's really scary.
Not really. They could have done. Here we are.
Here we are.
It's urgent right there.
I'm like,
11:15. Pretty good. Yeah. Oh, I may be a fit for JP Morgan.
oh yeah? That's great.
Wealth management, video producer, editor. Hold on a second. Do I get a free checking account?
With $10,000.
We'll get it for you. Right? Like that.
Yeah, so make sure you put your YouTube name on there. So
Aloha.
yeah, exactly. That's two straight.
Damn, I could like Leah's old. She just sit right there, dude. Oh, he doesn't fucking care. We're pumping him with information all day.
Yeah.
You helped me out yesterday, remember
I
that?
did help you. I
Exactly.
tried
You
out
still
that
retired. On the yesterday, I was having like, I'm the body.
Why does everybody
Yeah, it's on. I got because I was helping out one of our reporters to do an interview, but it's on Bryn's phone. It's like I got to get it off her phone because I was shooting with her phone. But the mom had they went out the back and they went that way. I was never gonna get to them.
Yeah.
You know. Now I will. Oh, whoa. Dude, that guy's why is that guy shooting like that? You can just do one camera now with that. Why does he have 20 of those? That was crazy town. Yeah, we should, it would be great for our reporters to just go do shit with them all the time. You just walk up and you don't have to chat for an hour. But and they want to talk. They want that recognition, right? And this woman right here, she said she had peak yesterday, 200,000 viewers on her stream.
Really?
Yeah. She had one of her was it 20,000 or 20? Maybe it wasn't that much. It was are these people anybody? No. She said the video got 1 million views or something like that. Yeah. So it's boom. All you need is a bunch of Instagrammers to go, yeah, I know we do all this reporting, but CNN is summarizing everything every night because we all have to sleep at some point. And boom, all of a sudden it's shit starts to blow up. I mean, it ain't the solution to our problems, but ignoring it is definitely not a solution to our problems. Our bandwidth problems and getting younger viewers and stuff like that, which is really what we need to do. I mean, all we have to do is have a 35-year-old tune in, and our average age goes down to 56. There was one 35-year-old who tuned into us, and now all of a sudden we dropped into the 25 to 50 category.
Same guy with the tunes.
I know, it's crazy time. Yeah, I mean, I think you blow the pool up and you just do this.
Do what?
This. Because honestly, what you're doing here, you could do this with a cell phone easily, especially if you're only just working on catching people going in.
You should just hit that.
Yeah, I know, but it's a wide shot though. It's super wide. Here, a wide shot, you can actually get a usable shot, for 30 seconds. And your chase crew just does that and has a road mic to try and get sound. Those poor people though, I mean, it's terrible to see that though with her mom. It's the way where everyone's chasing them down and throwing questions out at her, and it's almost like she's a defendant in the case in a way, So I have a lot of empathy for people who are not senators, Senators, you should chase them down no matter who they are. But someone who's unfortunate enough to have her daughter abused, is not a reason to chase somebody down the road. Who are these people? Yeah, that's a reporter.
Yeah, they're all reporters.
Those are reporters.
Not a reporter, a guest.
He's reporter-ish.
Maybe an analyst.
Analyst.
Something to that effect. I like this suit.
Is Bryn still over there? No. Yeah, she is. Yeah. JT Spade, LJ, something. I think it's LJ. You see now. You just drop it.
By linking him.
Audio's hot.
Audio's hot.
Audio's hot. The audio's hot.
Punisher just went out the back.
Who did?
The Punisher.
The Punisher. All right. Did you guys get an autograph or anything? No. No. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Huh?
We can go back.
Watch it. I don't mind waiting in the sun. Cheats rice. Ta 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 ta.
Nice in the sun.
Yeah. Do you want to go for a walk when I get home? Da da da. Da, 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 da. What do you think? What do you think? What do you think? What do you think?
Think about what?
I don't know, about anything. Man, these cameras, man. When are those cameras gonna die?
These?
No, those. No, these are great. Oh, those are streamers. Those E&G cameras, man. These things are fucking beasts.
See his mic.
Is that his mic stand?
Yeah, it's a whisk.
I mean, you gotta say, like, that's pretty good. That's called cognitive creativity.
Black tinted windows. I tried to blast through with the flash.
I think I have.
Post.
I guess so. That's a legit whisk too. That wasn't like a cheapy. That was like legit. Actually, tell me you can get one of those on Amazon for $14 to hold that thing.
On mic?
Well, it'll come with a little softy too. What?
Saw your eyes.
What was what? I mean, Dude, you just saw my eyes? You just saw, just? This has been 2 days of like eye sprain. You know,
Even if I do end up needing surgery, my personal insurance might say, oh, this is working, we're not covering that. And then I can't go back to. Yeah, but I might not even get the surgery. Yeah. And then workers' comp would say, oh, you got treatment out of our jurisdiction. We're not covering it. It was pretty good.
Wow.
Personal camera?
Just standing by, just like the children.
Combs Miami home is approximately 20,000 square feet.
It's big. It's a big place. His home where? His home where?
Miami.
In Miami? Never gonna see that again. This guy's out. We're buddies now.
And now it's like,
I think guy's using a pancake lens right there. I think it's a pancake lens. It's pretty. The one he's got on his camera, although I think he's just, no, I think it's not really a pancake lens. Who's that guy? Who's the guy from Suits? I think he's a reporter.
And worse.
it was like basically a blood vessel to your cow that was
Y'all, come to the TikTok, y'all, come get that bread.
had my surgery in the hospital, whatever. A few months later, I got a bill saying my claim was denied. And they said it was denied the reason cosmetic surgery. I was like, the interior of my ear canal? I care what that looks like? So I called my hospital. Find out what you do. Every week. So like, hospital.
Right now, special agent Gerard Dent.
When I say this to someone, everyone says, oh yeah, my wife and daughter do still think this is the
what happened? They did the rate at 3 p.m. and they released the rate at 6 a.m. And they ended because they found out that
Everybody's a streamer. Oh, court's not even out yet.
What's not done for now? Half hour. It's 2:30.
Yeah. I gotta take a load off of
I was like, I'm sorry, I'm like so bad. My like, they like literally
like that. And he also said that she looked to the side and looked what Diddy did. And then he gave her like a nod, and then one occasion he gave her the condom to the couch. He said he had a performing. The thing got noodle, homie. The thing got shaky legs. They got noodle, he got stinky, y'all. He got stinky. When they see Diddy was the second man, when he got around, he said, yo, the thing is, I can't even go see Ready? Second man, bro. Got him out there. He said, yeah, I can't do it.
Love it. What's up, Tom? Hey, Rod. What's going on? I have a question for you. Yeah. So, you have a Suburban. Right there. Right? Okay. And I noticed you sometimes put a bike hitch on it, right? Uh-huh. What'd you do? There's a cover?
There's a cover in the back.
What do you do? Pull that
Yeah,
off?
you just gotta get. You have to kind of get underneath it.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
just some clips you have to pull out.
Okay.
You can put it back on. There.
Okay, but each vehicle has that.
Has it should. Yeah.
Right, okay.
Yeah. I think all those Suburbans, just like our Expeditions, they all have 2-inch hitches. In them.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. You can tow a fucking boat with that thing.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. So, you putting the bike hitch on?
Yeah.
It's a good idea.
So what's our role in this?
I'm pool.
Okay. And what do you do? Just get arrivals and
arrivals, departures, departures.
Okay.
Here all day.
All right. I'm gonna go because I'm sort of double parked. Tomorrow. I dropped off at 10.
Good to see you.
So good seeing you. I'm sure I'll see you. I'm not here tomorrow. Doing something else. Doing that same assignment on Friday. I might be here Thursday. Usually, if you're not here back to back, then I can probably. I'm sure I'll be here all next week.
Yeah, I'm here tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
And then I think I'm out of here next week.
Right.
Because I have a shoot on Tuesday too. So.
Right. All right, guys. I'll see you when I see
Tom.
you. See you
Right.
then.
My head anyway. I'm on that. Hey, that's the way it is. We can't hit this. Whole time. Body shot.
I saw you, right? You ain't had the shades on. I said, this is Jake Paul walking by here. I was about to ask you about that fight with Mike Tyson, man.
I can't grow facial hair though.
Oh, no, yeah.
No,
yeah.
so I can't rock the beard.
Yeah, but he's versatile though. Sometimes he got in, sometimes he clean it up. He can't keep it. Yeah, he been rocking the beard now, but I got pictures of him both ways, without the beard and with the beard.
Okay.
Hey, listen, it ain't just the blonde hair. You got the whole swag and everything. I seen when you walk by, you was like,
That's why I always think you are.
I said, hold on. Hey, just like
Pretty good compliment. I can see Jake Paul. I can see him. Oh, Maddie doesn't need us. Yeah. See you, Maddie. We're not important. Ugh.
what's going on? It's been quiet though.
The magnet in your back pocket today or what?
Nah, it's been quiet. For the past couple of days, it's been quiet. I think by the end of the week, the intense is going to come back up again. You know what I'm saying? The guy came, ain't nobody throwing no eggs.
Okay, I'm gonna try and make
Nobody's
it.
fighting. The guy ain't come back.
I'm not sure. It depends on when they let me out of here.
I don't know. I think they probably took him to Bellevue and said.
They said that they took him Friday. They took him there. It was Thursday. They took him there, and he was back out Friday.
Yeah, but I was anticipating him to be here yesterday. He wasn't here. Maybe he might have been like, man, later for this.
Well, keep coming back. We get too lucky. Well, you should leave that magnet over there.
Yeah. So, listen.
Take it out of that back pocket.
No, I already left it by the police car right there, so. How you feeling?
I scared you the other day when I said that, though, right?
Yeah.
You got to get out of here.
Yeah. How you feeling?
Same shit that you said.
We looking for some action.
Somebody said some wild shit to the woman. That's my lady. I told you we didn't. Me and Cassie Moore. Need all these women together. Don't get involved. Don't get me involved. Need all these women together. These are old as age. Old as age. Okay, her husband already. So I respect her. We got to respect her.
Steve said, wrote a letter, got a letter.
Nobody said it. Wow. Somebody said it's wild dicks. That's about 80.
I'm gonna put my jacket across. Just take it up.
Ooh, look at this. Ugh. Alright. Yeah, she's sunburned.
Diddy.
Oh, is this where Diddy's at?
Where Diddy's at?
Yeah. I was gonna say that too. get us? Thank you. We're good. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Huh? He's got two hands. A dick.
It's supposed to be over in about 10 minutes.
Allegedly. Allegedly. Powered by Pizza Slice. Slice.com.
Man, this guy's got no fit.
He's got a lot going on over there.
Search of his Miami residence. According to agent testimony, agents found upper and lower receivers of AR-15s, platinum high heels, sex toys, baby oil, Astroglide, and lingerie.
And what?
Lingerie.
What was the last thing?
Lingerie.
Oh, lingerie.
Lingerie.
Lingerie. I mean, is it unusual to find lingerie in a house of a guy
Next to AK-47s.
I mean, all in the same spot, like in a pile. That's kind of weird. But I like that an upper receiver, a lower receiver.
What's back?
How'd it go?
Lunch?
This is live.
Thursday.
Man on the Move. 2009? Day and Night? You don't know that song?
This is keep it. No, those are no
You wear dresses now?
Does keep trying.
Sometimes.
It's cool.
St. Louis.
Yes. So whenever there's a
But he said no, she did. He said at time, but no. He was actually directed really more likely.
so hot. Oh, it's in Soho, right on 6th Avenue. All right. I'm talking to myself. Looking for a hot yoga place where I could go and do drop-ins.
Bet you could find it down here.
Yeah, no,
Soho?
there's one down here, and then you go to 6th Avenue and take a right, and it's like 5 blocks up. I mean, I can't do today, but I mean, tomorrow I could. I did that class on. I got to do something, man, because like it made me feel good because it was working out a lot of my arms and stuff. And I'm only gonna do 15 minutes of it anyway. I gotta look at that place again. There's the 8th. So their last class starts at 8 o'clock, which is like perfect.
8?
Yeah, because I want to kind of do it like towards the end of my day. You know what I mean? And then get done, shower, and then head home. The problem with doing it in Jersey is like you got to go home, you got to drive there, and it's like an hour to get there. You just
shorter one.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3, mic check.
All right.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3, mic check.
Those are microphones.
Those are microphones.
So what, like this is right.
Yeah, we like.
As low as it goes. I'll raise it up. My tripod. I got the big boys. I'll raise mine up a touch.
Over just a little bit so that you can kind of get them without getting that pole.
Yeah, I'll adjust.
And then whoever's, they usually, I guess for this TriCaster thing, they'll probably just start together and just stay wide on them. You don't have to do anything. But for the 5 o'clock, they always start on one of them, like on a one shot. He'll do a stripped, he'll go into a VO, and then when you come out of the VO, they're both on together. So I just have the first one, probably Richard, off to the side here, and then have her start off, and then she'll come in during the VO. And then you don't have to do a fancy pull out or anything. Just like once they're in the VO, then you can pull out to have both of them. But he'll say we're now joined by Lisa Evers. So you could just time it with that if you want. Do you want me to help you with the lights while
No, I think I'll be able to get it. Are you staying for this one, or are you bouncing?
What time? I could probably stay. Or if you want to just get the lights
Were you going the one next week?
Yeah, I gotta drop the truck off at home and then probably take the train up. But it's fine, I got time.
Sure. Okay.
I think court just ended, so he should be done pretty soon. Figure out the light stuff, because they never get here until the last second.
It's on pretty well.
Do both positions.
So that one's on like you, right?
This one's more pointed towards him.
I'm sure I can get them both probably.
Yeah, you probably could.
I mean, we got all shadows, so it'll balance out.
So this will be this position out here. You have to pull out of it.
Alright. I'll adjust accordingly, but I should be able to.
Yeah.
Stay right there, hang on. Oh.
Cool.
This is a 2 for hit. This is a 2 for stick. Hey, it's Mike Nash from My Live View. Hey, I got 2 mics set up now. I just want to test, make sure everything sounds good on your end. First mic.
Hang on. Mic check 1 2 3. Outside Diddy trial. Outside Diddy trial. Good. All right. Second mic. Mic check 1 2 3. 1 2 3. It's Lisa and Rich. And then from what I was told, the 5 is going to be the same thing. Yeah, there's a 340 hit through the TriCaster. Oh. Oh, I wasn't sure. I just want to make sure everything sounded good. Yeah. Yeah, they're both good. I don't know that. I don't know if it is or not. Yeah. I have no idea what they. I was told we're just doing this. I assumed it was the same as web. I only got to this assignment about an hour ago. So.
All right, welcome everybody. We are here in the Fox 5 newsroom in New York City. You can see we've got our camera set up outside the Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking trial in Lower Manhattan. Testimony has ended for the day. The jury's been sent home, but a fascinating day on the stand, no doubt about it. We heard from 3 people today, first of whom was Cassie's mom. Her name's Regina, and she testified to the time that she says Diddy demanded $20,000 from her in exchange for not releasing a sex tape of her daughter. Apparently, she said Diddy had become angry when he found out that she was dating someone else who turned out to be the rapper Kid Cudi at the time. So that was certainly some amazing testimony for the jury to hear. She said, Regina, I'm talking about Regina Ventura, Cassie's mom, said she felt physically sick when she received an email from Cassie in late 2011 saying Combs was planning to release 2 explicit videos of her and send someone to hurt her and the man she was seeing. Also, once again, the rapper Kid Cudi. She said, I did not understand a lot of it. The sex tapes threw me for a loop, Ventura told the Manhattan federal court. Now, Ventura, who lives in Connecticut, said she then received a demand from Combs for $20,000 to recoup money that he had spent on her because he was unhappy that she was in a relationship with the rapper Kid Cudi. All right, let's go to the second person to take the stand today, David James. He was a former personal assistant to Diddy, and he held that job from 2007 to 2009. Today, he told the court that the job seemed to come with increasing perils. He said he quit when he realized that his life had been put in danger after he was forced to drive a car in which an angry Combs sat in the back seat with 3 handguns on his lap. James said his job sometimes required him to ensure that hotel rooms where Combs stayed under the name Frank Black were stocked with the musician's comforts, including fresh underwear, an iPod, applesauce, vodka, baby oil, Viagra, and condoms. So basically, his job was to set up the rooms for the freak-offs, as we've heard testified to throughout the trial and in the months leading up to it. He said there were also surprising moments along the way, like one time in 2008 when Combs asked him to bring an iPod from his Miami home to a hotel room. Now, upon entering, James said he saw Cassie on the bed with a white comforter pulled up to her neck and an unfamiliar naked man running from the room. That's a scenario we've heard time and time again of these so-called freak-offs that she alleges happened over the years. And then the third person to take the stand today was an exotic dancer, Share Hayes, who goes by the nickname The Punisher. He testified that Combs and Cassie brought him into the freak-offs world, and he said a woman, it was Cassie, it turned out, under a pseudonym, called and told him it was her birthday and that her husband and her wanted to hire a dancer. So he says he arrived at a Manhattan hotel room expecting to perform a striptease or something of the like for a small group of people, but instead found the woman who hired him, whom we later found out was Cassie, alone with an otherwise naked man who hid his face with a burqa-like cloth. And he testified today that that man turned out to be Sean Diddy Combs. Like others who've testified, Hayes recalled seeing bottles of baby oil and bowls of water, getting handed a stack of $800 in cash. Later, after Combs watched him have a sexual encounter with Cassie, he said he was handed an additional $1,200. He said he was a fan of Combs, but didn't realize it was him until a subsequent encounter at another hotel where the message on the TV screen said, Essex House would like to welcome Mr. Sean Combs. So that's pretty fascinating little detail there. We've heard extensively
You're not one of them?
Of these aliases, pen names, Frank Black. We've seen images of pill bottles with that name, Frank Black, on them.
Oh, Elizabeth, yeah.
Yesterday.
I met her during the Harvey Weinstein trial. Very nice.
What's your name?
Brianna. Jeff, nice to meet you. I'm on Substack.
Herself has testified to Cassie Ventura, just days away from giving birth. She ended her testimony after 4 days on the stand after cross-examination. Before giving birth, there was some concern at the time that if the testimony lasted too long, that somehow she could go into childbirth before being able to finish her testimony. That could be grounds for a mistrial. That did not come to pass, though, and she made it off the stand. Going entire. Again, as I said, we did hear from her mom, Regina Ventura, today, sort of displaying some of the power dynamics on display. You know, essentially, Cassie from a regular background, small town in Connecticut, and her mother today testifying how she felt sickened when Sean Diddy Combs essentially blackmailed her and asked for $20,000 that he previously spent on her. He wanted that money returned because he was upset about the fact that Cassie was now in a relationship with Kid Cudi. So we've heard about that possessiveness all the time throughout the testimony in this case. Regina Ventura saying she felt physically sick when she received an email from her daughter in late 2011 saying Combs was planning to release 2 explicit videos of her and also sending someone to hurt her and the man she was seeing, rapper Kid Cudi. And she also went on to describe his temper, how he was upset with her, basically testifying to his short temper, how prone he was to jealousy. That's one of the common themes we've heard, and how he used video evidence and things of the sort to keep people in line. That was also something that we heard from his former assistant, David James. He mentioned at one point in his testimony about, basically Diddy going to release video of him dancing at a party, video he was unaware had been taken, but basically to keep him in line. Essentially, we've seen that throughout the trial too. People testifying of being called to one-on-one meetings with Diddy and him letting them know, okay, I've got this info on you. I don't want to release it. Stay in line. The implication being clear. Don't speak up or it's not going to be good for you. His assistant also said he spoke of Combs' drug use, saying it was escalating. He said Combs was on drugs nearly every day, often taking Percocet by day, ecstasy by night. And when he stocked Combs' hotel rooms, he said drugs were in a bag dropped off by security, including a pill meant to look like then President Obama. Apparently, that's some sort of pill stamped with Obama's face on it, an ecstasy pill, presumably. And then, when he got back to his testimony, he mentioned the moment when James saw the 3 guns on Combs' lap when he was giving him a ride. He testified that he was involved in Combs' attempt to confront his music industry rival, Suge Knight, at a Los Angeles dinner in November of 2008, an incident that Cassie also testified about. He said he soon quit the job shortly thereafter. He was the second person to take the stand, and the third person was the exotic dancer known as the Punisher, who showed up at this hotel room expecting to sort of be giving a bachelorette party style dance to a few people. Instead, he showed up to the room, and it was just Cassie with Sean Diddy Combs hiding his face, but sitting there in the chair watching, getting ready for one of these infamous freak-offs we've heard so much about. And, this trial has been going on now for about a week or so. We do have 2 colleagues outside, Richard Giacovis and Lisa Evers, who've been following this every day. Lisa's been inside the courtroom every day, and we're going to go to them now and hear more on the testimony we heard today in the Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking trial.
Thanks for joining us here on Fox 5. I'm Richard Giacobas. I'm here with my colleague Lisa Evers, who has been in court for another emotional day of testimony, another interesting day of testimony, Lisa. And I think what's on our viewers' mind as they watch this trial unfold, first was Cassie Ventura. That was all last week. And Cassie's mom was on the stand today. Highly anticipated testimony. What did she say? Interesting stuff.
Richard, it was very interesting. It was a little bit of a surprise because everybody's still talking about Cassie's testimony from last week. But her mother, Regina Ventura, got on the witness stand today and was talking about how her daughter asked her for money for help because Diddy was threatening to expose her with these sex tapes of a freak off. And so Regina Ventura, the mother, what she did was she got a HELOC, a home equity line of credit, on her home for $20,000 and gave that $20,000 to Diddy to try to keep him from releasing that video, that very disturbing video, I'm sure, of her daughter. And I think that was something that was just, nobody expected that, because people were like, wait a minute, she gave him $20,000? And the reason for it was all because she had cheated on him, and he wanted his money that he claimed he had invested in her from, feeding her, paying her rent, and all of these types of things. That was the number that he came up with. So that was pretty cruel.
The mom was fearing that he was going to release these sex tapes.
Yes, and that's her daughter. And, she was aware, obviously, of the situation. So there's questions about that. But it's just, when it's a mother, a parent's going to do anything for their kid.
Yeah, and I think she didn't get cross-examined either, right? So she just did her testimony and she was out.
And that was
she was
it.
on very short time.
Exactly.
On the stand. I want to just go to this male escort, the Punisher, as he's known. So he was the second to last witness to testify today. Interesting what he was talking about when he said he first encountered them. He didn't really know that this was Diddy. He didn't know who Cassie Ventura was. But then all of a sudden he was all in. After a little bit,
all in, Richard, and he was all in, and he was also really in some ways it seemed helping the defense, because he was talking about how much Cassie enjoyed the sex, that it seemed consensual to him. He even used the word, she gave me her consent, and then the prosecutor was like, how do you know that? And he said because of the way that she was moving, when they were intimate. But there was a lot to him, because he said he was in the business as a male entertainer, a stripper, for about 30 years, almost 30 years, and that also a sex worker. He didn't say that, but they would do private sessions like that. He said most of the times he was with Cassie. He didn't see Diddy or her inebriated or kind of like too high. He wasn't offered drugs. He said he was offered a drink, and he saw what he thought was marijuana there. But Richard, the real thing about him that was so fascinating was the longer that he talked, he was under cross-examination by Xavier Donaldson, one of the attorneys on Diddy's team, and he started to ask him about this, what's your business like? What are you doing, as a male entertainer? And he said mostly it's like bachelorette parties, we'll go and do things just to, super flirt. I'm going to keep it PG with the grandmothers and the mothers there, and the mother of the bride or whatever, to make it a fun evening. But he said some shocking things. He said he had about 8 to 15 encounters with Cassie and Diddy, having sex with Cassie, and that most of it, except for the last two times, was unprotected. There was no protection. So that was pretty interesting. And that he just painted more of a picture of it was a professional. He considers himself a professional, but that he was, that she seemed to totally be into it and enjoying it.
Yeah, he got paid.
He got
showed
paid.
up.
He got paid, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, except for the last time, which was the final time, and they didn't hire him again, he got $500, basically, like he said, a cancellation fee, because he had performance issues. And then he revealed, this led to a line of questioning about his journey. He said that he was going through this journey that, many men go through, and that he was writing a book about it. And the name of the book, which we couldn't catch at first, and he was asked to repeat it a couple times before people could really understand it. We're like, what's the name of that? And he goes, the name of the book is called In Search of Freezer Meat. Oh. And you connect the dots there. So it was, we thought it was going to be, I thought today, coming here, that was going to be pretty basic, but that just went, and there's a lot more to that.
Much more than basic. Another thing that stood out to me was, we talked about Combs' alleged drug use last week. He claims that he used drugs every day.
Right.
It was Cassie who said that he was overdosing. What else did he say about the drugs today?
David James, you mean?
Yes, David James.
Yeah, David James was a personal assistant. He was very close to them. He portrayed a much more hectic picture than he did yesterday. And I think there was one thing that I wanted to point out that kind of escaped me because it was towards the end of the day yesterday, but I think it was really significant because I'm listening to the testimony, and I'm like, are they able to get what they need to prove these charges? You know, because they're very serious charges. And he said that one time at the Star Island, which was Diddy's Miami Beach compound, basically on Star Island there, he was standing on the dock because he was very involved. He was basically living there while he was working for Diddy, and that he was, talking with Cassie, and she just said, she goes, I had no idea how wild this whole world was, because now this was 2007 to 2009, so she'd been with Diddy for at least several years at this point. And he said, well, if you're unhappy, if you don't like it, why don't you leave? And she told him, I can't leave. He controls everything. He controls my career. He controls my finances. He controls my money. He controls everything. And she just told him, I can't leave, which was pretty sad. But they needed that testimony. The prosecution needed that testimony, and I think that was one of the real reasons that he was there. The drug use is going to keep coming up, and I think that we're going to be hearing a lot more about that, and I think that's going to be play a bigger role than we originally estimated.
Yeah, it seems so, because like you said, it keeps getting repeated. Speaking of that compound in Miami, so the final witness today, and his testimony continues tomorrow, was the special agent for Homeland Security. He was basically in charge of this raid back in March of last year. Tell me a little bit more about what he said today, because some of this is interesting about what they found.
Right, and he said, and he wanted, and I think they wanted to portray a very clear, because there was some criticism of that raid, particularly from extended members of the Combs family, about why did they need that big show of force? Why did they need, as he testified, as Agent Gannon, Homeland Security investigations special agent Gannon, who's one of the leaders of this whole special group that they have. He said that they had 80 to 95 law enforcement descend on that compound in March of 2024. And he said,
that day.
you can't, nobody can forget it. And he said the reason was because they had, their intel basically had let them know there was security there was armed security there. It was a very complex, they have the blueprint and the schematics of the property, but he said they wanted to make sure that there was no danger to anybody, so they timed the raid. This was interesting. He testified they had a search warrant, but the search warrant, Richard, was. Are you okay?
Yes.
Okay. We're on the streets. We're
we're on the
and we're live. And we're live.
live.
That's why I have my sneakers on.
That'll go
you
viral.
got the fancy. You got the fancy.
I have
shoes.
my shoes. I know. I should put sneakers on.
You got your fancy shoes. Anyway, he. So he was basically talking about the Homeland Security, the investigations, what they were doing. He said that usually they do these raids at about 6 o'clock in the morning. They did this one at 3:40 in the afternoon that day, because he said they wanted to make sure that most of the people in the compound were out of there at the time that they went in. I thought that was interesting. And what they found, Richard, I mean, well, they show the closet, and there's a closet. First of all, the property is gorgeous. It's I've been to Star Island, not there, but been to Star Island, and it's spectacular. It's just like one of those amazing places. So you go, they open the door, the evidence photo shows this closet in one of the rooms. There's shelves on it, so I'm like looking at it, and I'm like going, what is this, like Sean John t-shirts or package of what is this? And he describes what's in there. He describes high heels, 7-inch high platform high heels, like dozens and dozens of them. He describes lingerie, like freak off essentials, and then he says there were also assembly parts for guns. And so under questioning about the parts, he says this is the upper receiver, this is the lower receiver. These are for AR-15 semi-automatic rifles. There were bullets that were there was ammunition, and then as the agent testified, that it's very simple to put it together. You put the two upper with the lower, there's a pin that you insert, and then you insert the magazine or pop the clip in, and then it's ready to go. So there was a lot of concern about that. People were kind of gasping, honestly, when they heard that. But the number of things, and then of course there was baby oil they found, there was lubricant, all of these items from the freak off that we have come to know.
Yeah, and it's this continues on. He's back on the stand tomorrow.
Right.
I know that the judge has been trying to wrap the testimony a little bit earlier now. So by 3 o'clock, you guys are coming out, and it's not as long of a day for the jury. But like you said to me, there's so much. There's so much that's coming out in one day.
Right.
It's almost difficult to follow and almost difficult to report to even the audience watching how much testimony there is.
Oh, they're moving through it, and it's like the pace of it. And one of the lawyers that I've talked to about the case, he said, just so from my own understanding, he goes, Lisa, this is not like state court. This is not like 100 Center Street, Manhattan Criminal Court. He said they are on such a tight schedule. These judges have such full dockets and so many cases that they have to keep scheduling, and they're really keeping it moving. But I thought the cool thing about what this judge Arun Subramanian, what he said when they were doing the jury selection and they were talking about the scheduling and they were kind of negotiating all of that, was he said, and think about it, Richard, we're in May. This is a time of year. There's graduations, there's weddings, there's all kinds of family events that people are having. The end of the school year for the kids, so all the plays and all of that, and just all sorts of things. And he wanted to give the jurors, which I thought was very smart. He wanted to give them time every day during the week so that they could take care of their personal affairs, bills, family stuff, work stuff, whatever, and basically stay connected with their life, but that they could still get it in. So they shortened the lunch. It's not a lunch hour; it's a lunch half hour.
Now, right? Yeah.
And then he brought in. This is how smart they are about how. Just it's human nature, basically, right?
Yeah.
So to get the jurors in there on time, so nobody gets stuck on the subway or the train or whatever. They have a breakfast. They have breakfast and coffee for the jurors starting at 8:30 every morning. So they get there at 8:30. They get breakfast. They get coffee, and then 9 o'clock they go into the courtroom and get seated. So
and they have it's a 6-hour day minus the half hour for lunch.
Yeah, lunch is brought in. Lunch is brought in for them too. So it's a relaxing thing because it's pretty. I mean, it's calmer this week than it was last week, but it's still hectic.
Of course, and even navigating around this area.
Yeah.
But it's good that the judge is mindful of that because it puts the jury in the right state of mind. It keeps them calm. It keeps them, knowing where their meals are going to be, knowing what time they'll be able to leave that day. I think for them that could help either side. I guess it could help the prosecution. It could help the defense.
Yeah, and I think everybody there's still a sense of, at this point in the trial, of mutual respect on both sides. Because remember, Diddy's lead attorney, Mark Agnifilo, he's a former prosecutor and one of the top prosecutors in this very district, in the Southern District here of New York. So he's very familiar with how the courts operate. Diddy's defense team, they're trying to do as much as they can. They did score points, though. The witness, that the male sex worker, was a Shay McCrae, Hayes or whatever.
Sheree Hayes.
Sheree Hayes. Thank you.
Go.
I'm close.
Yeah.
He was basically talking about how Cassie seemed to be enjoying the sex with him on a professional level, and that really doesn't.
Does that really help?
Yeah,
and
I think the thing we have to remember, a couple things. I think we have to remember that everybody is innocent until they're proven guilty, because there's been such an unprecedented barrage of publicity about this case and Diddy, and the most salacious things are the things that are the biggest headlines. And I don't want us to miss the building up of the case, of what they have to prove, step by step. And I think that's the whole thing. Is like, it's not about whether what your idea or anybody's idea of sex trafficking is. It's about, what does the law say? What are the requirements, point for point, that they need to prove? And that's what the jury and the jury has been seeming very interested. They're very involved. Paying attention. So we'll see.
There's a lot to prove,
but
there's still a very long way to go. I mean, we have to remind everyone that if you haven't been following this, you're only a week and a half in to when the actual opening statements to the first witnesses being called. So there's so much more. No one at this point could say this is a slam dunk case or it's not.
No, and also too, remember, all the witnesses that they're calling now, excuse me, the pollen.
Yeah.
All the witnesses that are calling now are witnesses that are being brought by the prosecution. So the prosecution is bringing these people in to try to prove their case. That's why the sex worker was such a surprise today, that he was seemed to be supporting them, but he was under oath. He had to say what was the truth.
Yeah.
So then remember, we're still going to hear. We haven't heard the defense case yet, which they kind of have hinted at, saying that it's going to be, domestic abuse, not sex trafficking, drug use, drug abuse, a lot of emotional issues due to the drug abuse and that type of thing. But we haven't heard their case. We don't know who they're gonna call.
Yeah,
you know?
that's. And how did Diddy appear today?
He was a little bit more relaxed, pale purple crew neck sweater with the white button-down collar shirt underneath,
yeah.
which is like the jail uniform that. Well, it was the jail alternative uniform,
I see that,
the Friday, the casual Friday look every day,
Yeah.
and he has a bunch of those different outfits that are all pretty
But
much
his
the same.
demeanor seems like he's just
Yeah,
calmer, or-
he seems calmer. He seems like he's paying a lot of attention to it, and I think he's at that point where that initial, excitement, anticipation, fear, all of that. But I mean, he's looking at pretty serious charges, and could be a big change in his life. So
Could be. Well, we shall see. Lisa,
Yes.
who is going to be there every single day, almost
I don't know
every
about
day,
that,
right?
almost every day.
Reporting for us, giving us the insight I think only you can give.
Thank you.
So we will send it back to this live stream.
Yes.
And we'll be back on the 5 o'clock news with another update.
Right, at Fox 5 NY. Remember,
yes.
you can watch on the Fox local app, and then I'll be back at 5:30. It'll end up on YouTube at some point tonight,
Yes.
where we're going to break it all down with the lawyer. Because I'm sure you get the question too. People go like, could Diddy go free? So we're going to look at, is that a possible
People
scenario?
have asked me that like every day.
Yeah,
Do
we're going
you
to get
think
the
that
answer.
He's going to go free. All
We're
right.
going to get the answer for
There's
that.
your tease.
Okay.
See you guys later.
All right. Thanks.
Good
Thanks.
job, Lisa.
Thanks, guys. That's all we need.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay.
court good here, Chris. Can we go over to the Intrepid now? Yeah. Yes. Yeah, we can just hold on station there. Okay, this will be the Intrepid. shop her desk. I think we have the Intrepid covered. I guess we'll cruise for now. All right, Chris, we're good here. We can just go up to the GW and hello. Okay, thank you. Yeah, we just knocked off the Intrepid, so we'll cruise for now. You know what, Ben? I'm still I'll kick it high.
so as to minimize any particular friction or danger for the inhabitants inside. So he's going to kick it off tomorrow. We're also hearing rumors, unconfirmed at this point, that Kid Cudi will be taking the witness stand sometime this week, and that you can be sure will be very interesting and possibly very explosive testimony from him. He's the one Cassie allegedly cheated with and basically had acts of violence committed against him. So Andrew, a lot more to come for sure. Yep. Thank you, Andrew.
It was a long hit. What do we have after the 6?
We have a 5:30. We're going to have a Q&A, quick Q&A.
What do we have after the 6? Do we have an affiliate or anything?
We have one affiliate at 6:05, right after the. Let me see about what. Yeah, Houston at 6:10. That'll be a 2-minute hit. Then we have a guest coming at 5:30. Let me show him where we're at.
Yes, coming here?
Yeah, he's a lawyer. So it'll be like a Richard setup, I think,
Okay.
right?
Yep, hang on. Yep. Good to know.
And then that's it for the day, guys.
We clear the sun?
Yeah. 6:30 probably, but it's close. Has the batteries.
This one's about.
Oh, nice. Thank you.
I just got a garage door put in, electric garage door put in.
there's no entrance from it to my house, right? It's a separate attachment. So my dad was working today and he short-circuited the outlet that the garage door opener plugs into, so you couldn't open the garage door. So he had to cut a hole in my closet, which is connected to it, and have my wife crawl through the hole to reset it. I just put it in like 3 days ago.
I don't think we're going to need it anymore, but
There's our guest.
get the line dude in here. Yo, I gotta give some of these fucking guys, man, a lot of credit. There's one dude, he don't stop all day. I don't know how his battery on his phone lasts. He's unbelievable. All day long.
I don't know. Two to show.
Oh, I see it coming.
Same.
Lisa Evers?
Yeah, how you doing?
Bezos?
Yep, thank
Hey,
you.
I just want to know, I know you doing your thing, I got a radio station out in London, Connecticut. We're Catholic.
Oh, nice.
I just want to know if I get it dropped, you know what I'm saying? So
Hey, it's Nash. On test both mics, we got another
Okay.
Guest panel.
I
Another
can't
guest
do it.
thing.
I can't do it right now. We're about to.
Hang on a second.
I gotta find my guest.
Check 1 2 3. Check 1 2 3. Sound good?
But thank you for asking.
Check 1 2 3. Check 1 2 3. Check 1 2 3.
Yeah, now from London, Connecticut,
Good.
where from, you know what I'm saying? 90.9 WDP.
Thank you.
Covering this shit too.
I can't really do it right now, and then I'm going back to back live shots. But
Give us like 10 minutes or so.
I just saw him walking. Wait a second. Where did
Take time. Take time. Yeah, now I'm right there, bro. No. Over here. Right over there? Okay.
You're on this side.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll come over this side. Yeah, because I'm telling you, I'm not doing that shit.
Well,
You're
how
gonna
are
be on
you?
this side.
Come over here, Bill.
How you doing,
All
love?
right, how are you doing?
Good.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Yeah.
How you doing, son? Good, how are you?
This is Roy. This is Nash.
Just take that half a step back. I got you.
Agent is back on the stand tomorrow.
This will be yours.
Plus, there
Thank you,
are.
sir.
Let me just send this to them.
How's your day? I presume you were following this craziness all day.
Oh my God! This is calm right now here.
You know, this is one of the most elite district courts in the nation. This shit has been turned into just like a fucking, it's a freak off in and of itself.
No, it is.
It's
It
insane.
last week. Okay, let me text the gym. Alice, I have guests. And you're hot, right, Nash?
Yeah.
It's like the testimony today. The sex worker, the Punisher,
Right.
the Punisher. That's what.
You guys on air right now?
Let me. I'm checking it out.
Is this on air or for a web?
She's gonna let me know right now. Well, it's gonna be on air live, or we're gonna record it live to tape. Thank you so much for doing this.
Of course. Thanks for having me. What was your name again, sir?
This is Philip.
Philip Hamilton. Philip. Okay. 1 inch closer to Lisa. Hey, we're gonna, oh, you're good with this. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yep,
And
perfect.
what am I looking?
So you're gonna look. I'm gonna. Keep falling my ear. You're gonna look at kind of like at that, like exactly how we are right now. We'll look at each other, look back, look like like that.
Okay.
Okay. It'll feel weird, but it'll look the best.
Nope.
As it-
As long as I'm instructed, I'm good. So I got you.
Okay. Let's have you guys. Can
You're
we?
recording?
I'm finding out right now.
I'm talking to TSC. They're recording.
They are.
Yes. This isn't live. This is not live to the web. Where is it? Is this live to the web or just a recording?
I'm waiting for her to tell me right
I'm
now.
asking you a question.
It's supposed to be live
Is it supposed
for
to-
YouTube, but
They're recording, but they mentioned nothing about
well, then we can record it. Give her 1 second to text me back.
Yeah. They're just rolling on it. Go.
It just roll? Okay.
Yep. All right. We can't wait.
Okay. Let me tell you. Yeah. They are just rolling on it. We are starting because we will be running out of time shortly.
All right, thanks.
And then give me like about 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Okay. No. Oh, she's rolling on it. Okay. Okay. Go ahead whenever. Okay, she's recording.
You look good right there.
Thank you. No, this is like, this setup is like really great. All right, so I'm going to do a little intro, and then we'll talk.
I'm ready when you are.
Okay. Let me go with questions.
Do you normally go 2 with the mic or 1?
Just one hand. Casual.
All right.
Right there. This is the number one question. Okay. Here we go. Here we go in 3, 2, 1. Hi, everybody. I'm Lisa Evers, Fox 5 News reporter here at, let me do it again, federal court. Okay. Hey, everybody. I'm Lisa Evers, Fox 5 News reporter. I'm here outside federal court because we're getting a lot of questions, and we had to turn to one of the top lawyers in the New York City area who's actually done cases in these courtrooms and find out what everybody wants to know. Joining me right now is criminal defense attorney and managing partner of Hamilton Clark, Philip Hamilton. Phil, great to have you with us.
Always great to be with you, Lisa.
Thank you so much. One of the big questions I keep getting asked everywhere I am is, can Diddy go free? How do you answer that?
Anything is possible. Diddy could potentially go free, but if he's going to go free, the defense is going to have to continue to hammer upon the fact that this case has more to do with domestic violence than, in fact, federal sex trafficking. And if the defense can hit that home to the jury every day throughout the course of tomorrow through the rest of the trial, he might have a chance to go free. But it's going to be a very nuanced, complicated endeavor for the defense. Not easy, very much so an uphill battle.
Okay, but you're saying it's not easy for them, but a lot of people are saying all they're doing is proving domestic violence. What do they need to do? What does the prosecution need to do in order to prove sex trafficking?
Well, in order to prove sex trafficking, the prosecution has to focus on a few key elements: coercion, force, manipulation, defrauding. To the extent that they can show those elements, they can build their case and make a case for sex trafficking. So when we look at specifically the testimony that's come through from Ms. Cassie Ventura, of course, we heard a lot about force, right? And whereas a layperson might look at that testimony and say, hey, what does this have to do with sex trafficking? This has more to do with domestic violence. Well, it's a critical element, because what we do have testimony about, both from Ms. Ventura and ultimately some of the witnesses that testified today, was that there was commercial sex, right? And to the extent that you have coercion,
meaning the
drug
sex workers that they hired for these freak-offs.
Exactly. So like once you combine that element with the force, with the coercion, with the drugs, you're now starting to make a recipe for sex trafficking. Even if it isn't necessarily the strongest case, it's certainly not one that they can't prove.
So you think that the prosecution has enough to prove this? Or
As of
will
right
have
now,
yeah.
No. But if they continue building their pieces element by element, block by block, they may. We'll have to see ultimately where things are by the end of the case, how cross-examination goes with respect to a number of the remaining witnesses. But they are starting. We are only a few days in.
No, we definitely are. And then let me ask you about the RICO, the racketeering. How do you get racketeering in this whole thing? Because people are saying the main witness that they've seen is Cassie. Are they saying, is the government saying that Cassie was being trafficked by Diddy? And what about the racketeering? Explain that for us.
So it's not so much Cassie individually, right? If that was the case, then it really wouldn't be going on at this courthouse. It'd be going on at the state courthouse right across the street. Just
100
for a domestic,
Street.
100 Center Street, a typical domestic violence charge, which, based on the testimony we've heard thus far, he'd be guilty of in the state case. In this courthouse, Cassie is just simply one element upon many that the government is going to have to bring in to prove. So I think in this particular instance, it's not so much about the individual acts of violence as against her, as more as we get more of the puzzle pieces in and we get the bigger picture. And I think the bigger picture with respect to the enterprise that they're trying to prove is not much different than what we saw in the R. Kelly case, right? Where you essentially, that's the precedent for this matter, frankly. The R. Kelly case, in terms of proving an enterprise with Diddy, with his music company, and with using those apparatuses to satisfy his sexual desires.
So, for example, if they have, we've heard, drivers for his company that were
Correct.
hired, bodyguards, were involved in transporting any of these sex workers or involved in any booking flights for them, which they testified they were very methodical in getting Cassie to testify about this sex worker or this individual was flown from this city to that city and flown here and flown there and naming the actual specific cities. Is that part of a RICO?
That's part of them trying to create the enterprise that Sean Combs was heading. And when I say that precedentially a lot of that stands from the R. Kelly case, it's because when he tried to appeal at the Second Circuit right next door to this building, the Second Circuit held that no, in fact, what R. Kelly was doing was running an enterprise and that legally that could stand. The prosecution here is just collaterally and very much so in a parallel fashion doing the same thing. They're essentially saying that all those people that Diddy was using to allegedly bring people across state lines and the like is ultimately what manifests his intent to both sex trafficking, why he's guilty of it.
Okay, but and then also, what about the drug use? Because that's one thing that's different from the R. Kelly case. Yes, there was alleged drug use and alcohol there, but this is on a whole different level from what we've been hearing in some of the testimony. The amount of drugs, the type of drugs, the different cities. What role is that going to play in terms of the government proving these charges, and what kind of problems does it present for Diddy's defense team?
Two particular problems. One, for Diddy's defense team, it's critically important to the coercion element, because to the extent that these people are not in their right minds, to the extent that they are high, to the extent that they can't make decisions on their own, it's then easier to coerce them into an act, a commercial sex act, that they may not otherwise have participated in. However, the weight of that is given by the jury in terms of looking at that evidence. That's going to be on the jury to decide. But for what the prosecution has to prove, that's one critical element. I think the second critical element with respect to the drug use is the fact that you have a lot of this coming across state lines, the fact that these are predicate other criminal acts that help to make out the RICO. Because with the RICO, to your point, you can't just look at the individual acts of domestic violence. When you're looking at the drug possession, when you're looking at the trafficking of the narcotics, that also is serving as a predicate act for the potential RICO enterprise. Very complicated, but at the end of the day, definitely trying to make the point that the government is putting their building blocks together to make their case.
So you would advise people at this point, it's too early to tell, basically? Is that what you're saying?
It's too early to tell, but what they are putting into place are, number one, the elements, at least the beginning portions of the recipe that they need to make in order to prove their case. But secondly, they're making Diddy look really bad. And if there's going to be a situation where you have a couple of holdouts at the end of the case, how much empathy are they going to be able to show Diddy to continue to hold out, that he potentially gets a mistrial, or he gets them to convince other jurors to come over to his side? The worse he looks, the worse it is for him potentially in deliberations. But I repeat, not impossible.
And then what about in terms of the verdict? What needs to happen? There needs to be a unanimous verdict, or what? Explain that for us.
There needs to be a unanimous verdict on each count in order for him to be found guilty of each count. If there's one single holdout, that could be enough for a mistrial to be declared, and either for the government to have to represent their case, or potentially work out a plea negotiation with him, or do whatever it is that they're going to do at that moment, but it only takes one juror.
So the prosecution basically has to prove every single point for those 3 charges that he's facing, and the defense just has to get one juror that has serious doubts.
One juror that has serious doubts, that has the gravity with which to hold out.
And then, Phil, how important is the issue of consent in this? Because there was testimony today with Sheree Hayes, a.k.a. the Punisher, the male exotic dancer who was also a sex worker, and he was describing how Cassie seemed to enjoy having sex with him, that she seemed to be a willing partner, that he was telling by her body language. And some people were surprised. I was surprised because he was a prosecution witness, but that's something that would seem to help the defense.
No, in fact, a very good colleague of mine, Xavier Donaldson, cross-examined the Punisher, so to speak, today, and I think he did a fantastic job in laying out everything that you just said, because for the lay public, a lot of people are looking at Cassie's testimony and saying, hey, it seems to us in many respects you were a willing participant, right, that you were okay with this, that you went along with this for years. And for the defense, that's a fantastically great point, and one that they're going to continue to try to hammer home. But on the other side of things, the fact remains is that she also has provided testimony that builds upon the prosecution's case of the coercion, because to the extent that she is being drugged, and to the extent that she is trying to say no, but either being beaten back into it, or she is under the influence and can't really make a consensual, voluntary decision to participate or not, that's a problem for Diddy, and that's a problem for the defense team.
So what should we be watching in the days and weeks ahead? There's talk that Kid Cudi maybe come to the stand very soon. There's also talk about people who were in other freak-offs, because that's the other question I'm getting. A lot of people are saying, well, they're just talking about these freak-offs as if it's just Diddy, Cassie, and a sex worker, right, but there were always stories and rumors about them being bigger parties and things of that nature. What about that?
Well, let's just start with Kid Cudi, because I think therein, when I was just talking earlier about the predicate acts, when we think about the car explosion, you're dealing with an arson, that also is another element that's like coming into play when you talk about the RICO and when you talk about some of the issues that Diddy has with respect to that issue, right? I think in regards to other witnesses, what we need to be looking for is Are people saying not just that I was in a one-on-one intimate relationship with Diddy the way that Cassie was, but are they saying that I also was forced into doing something that I didn't want to do, or I was coerced into attending one of these parties, one of these freak-offs, and doing something I didn't want to do? I'm going to have to hear how that plays out. As surface level as that sounds as I say it, I'm going to have to hear how it plays out, and then as we can continue to have discussions about how's the case looking, I can give more analysis on that end. But that's what I'm looking to hear as we kind of move forward from today.
No, definitely, and a lot to keep our eye on. And in fact, yesterday the former personal assistant read off automatically like about half a dozen women's names, and he said these were women that he was involved in. So, do you think we may see them take the stand? Other women?
We shall see, but to the extent that they do, to the extent that they are either being trafficked in or coming across state lines, again, these are the kinds of elements that it's not just about Cassie and the relationship that she had with Diddy and whether or not it was consensual or not, as much as it is about the totality of the circumstances. The witnesses that are coming in and saying that they were made a part of these parties that were in many respects directed and controlled by the Sean Combs enterprise, and if at the end of the day they were able to show that they were coerced, manipulated, or defrauded into participating in these commercial sex acts, then the defense has problems that they have to continue to fight, but they have problems.
All right, well, we're going to be watching it very closely. Thank you for having us understand this, bringing your analysis to it. Attorney Philip Hamilton. I'm Lisa Evers for Fox 5. We'll see you next time.
Good.
That was fantastic. That was fantastic. Thank you so much.
Talk Diddy all day.
What's up?
Oh my gosh. Phil, thank you so much.
Lisa, thanks as always
Oh,
for having
I
me.
know. Fantastic.
How much later are you out of here?
I'm out of here at
I just texted you 3 good ones, so.
All right, thank you.
Thanks a lot, man. No problem.
All right, guys.
Nice meeting you, sir.
Nice to meet you too. Wait a minute. Get some sleep, huh?
All right, so Phil, I'll start. We have to do another hit. I'll start sending you. I'll send you this, and then she'll have it edited into a whole thing. So. You know what I should do now? I should do. We hit at. Alex says, thank you very much. She said the first two I did got 350,000 plus views on each one.
When you're doing an interview like that, try and be a little up on them.
Up
so
ahead.
their face doesn't.
Oh, so he was looking at the camera.
He's
yeah.
did a good job. But
Yeah.
like what I'm saying is, so he's standing back here.
Oh.
So when he is talking to you, his face is still pointing at the camera.
But then on the two shot, I look like I'm like
looking at him. Yes.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
You could always, when you turn to the camera, turn your whole, not just your head, turn your whole body back to the camera.
Right. Okay.
But you should always, like when you do an interview live,
Yeah.
you shouldn't step back like that. You
Oh,
should be,
okay.
turn yourself to him, and then when you're going to talk to the camera, you can bring
Just
your
turn
shoulders
like that.
back.
Like
Yeah.
I should just pivot. I got you. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll
It
do
should
that.
always be a half a step back, so when your guest is talking to you, we
We're
still
not
have
getting
a shot.
him the full side prop. Okay, I got it.
So
I'll
like
get it
whenever
right.
you have a guest, always just stay back a little bit. I'll turn to you. Don't worry. Don't 'cause-
Plus, it's better for them because then they know when they're supposed to be talking. It
Right.
makes
and
it.
they never and most guests don't look at the camera.
I know they don't.
So that's why I always tell people that's how you should
Okay.
keep them a half a step behind you.
Thank you.
Hey neighbor, took down the shades.
Hey Nash,
Yes.
what time do we hit in 6? Let me ask Chad. I think we're like
I
the.
think 04.
Oh, so I have time to do like a 1 minute. Boy, can you open this for me? Oh. Thank you. What? It's so helpful.
I don't love. I see these guys.
They get, and then you know what? When I'm running, they're like, Lisa, come on over here. Come on over here. I'm like, guys. Hey Nash, could you turn on a light for me? I'll do this social media thing for my own stuff. Whoever invented this MagSafe thing is like a genius. You watch the time, right?
Yeah.
Lisa, it's the kind of thing, Lisa. Yeah, I know you for so long.
How are you?
I'm talking about like.
Okay, I've got to do that. I got two. It's good to see you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this is great. You got the court right behind us. And your girlfriend didn't show up today. Your side chick. Okay. You're gonna give me like a 2 minutes, 3 minutes?
Yeah, well, it's 57 now. So
57. Okay, I'll do.
I don't know what we're running.
This is gonna be a shorty, like 2 minutes. Okay. Hey everybody, I'm here outside federal court. It was in the courtroom today in the Sean Diddy Combs trial. A couple of headlines you really need to know about. Cassie's mother, Regina Ventura, was in the courtroom on the stand testifying how she took out a home equity loan for $20,000 to pay off Diddy so he would not release an explicit sex video of Cassie. She also says that at that time Cassie came to her, which was 2011, it was the first time that she became aware of the abuse that Cassie was suffering at the hands of Diddy. She told Cassie, take pictures of your bruises, take pictures of your injuries, and hold on to those. So that was one thing. Another bombshell, a sex worker, a male exotic dancer named Sheree Hayes, who goes by the name of the Punisher, was on the stand for quite a while, talking about how he participated in freak-offs with Cassie and with Diddy, how it was about 8 to 15 times. Most of those times they did not use protection, and he said that Diddy would basically order them what to do and how to actually do it, which he found eventually found very disturbing and very nerve-wracking, because there he is engaged in a very intimate moment with this man's woman, and this is happening. So he talked about that. He said that on about the 15th occasion, Diddy was getting very specific with him. He threw some condoms on a couch and said, use these. And he said that it was just very disturbing to him and he just couldn't perform. So after that, he was given $500, basically like a cancellation fee or thanks for your trouble, but he was never invited back to it. But the big takeaway from his testimony, well, there were two. One of the big takeaways from his testimony was he said that Cassie, and remember, he's a prosecution witness, he testified, he said Cassie appeared to enjoy it. He said that she seemed to really be into it with him. He said for him it was professional. His job was to pleasure her, and he said that this is what he was doing. The other piece of his testimony that was really important was him talking about how they handled it, that there were no drugs and that there was no alcohol involved, maybe something that might have been marijuana. There was also a Homeland Security agent that testified. He was the one that led the raid on the Miami home. He's going to be back on the stand on Wednesday morning, and there's some strong rumors that we'll see Kid Cudi take the stand this week. That's the latest here from federal court. I'm Lisa Evers. Follow me. Okay, guys.
We're at 606.
Oh, we are?
I moved it.
Okay, guys. Don't move. I just want to move.
Oh, I know. I don't know what happened. They must have all snuck in.
same IP, you think? Or is it too early?
Same.
Okay.
A little less roll if you don't mind. A little less. Looks good, thank you.
Okay, let's see. How about raid on Diddy's Miami mansion? Raid. Thank you. Oh yeah, AR-15 assault rifles. AR-15 assault rifles. Very busy day here at federal court in the Sean Diddy Combs trial. A surprise witness took the stand. We learned more about the raid on Diddy's Miami mansion. Everyone was paying close attention. Regina Ventura testified that she took out a $20,000 home equity loan in 2011 to pay Diddy so that he would not release a sexually explicit video of Cassie. It was the first she learned of the abuse Cassie was suffering. Okay, we're next. Yes, it was, Natasha and Bianca. Also a very, very busy day. A surprise witness took the stand, and we were learning a lot more about that raid in March of 2024 on Diddy's Miami mansion. Now, everyone was paying close attention as Regina Ventura, the mother of Cassie, testified that she took out a $20,000 home equity loan in 2011 to pay Diddy so that he would not release a sexually explicit video of Cassie. She said it was the first she learned of the abuse, the first time she learned about that abuse that Cassie was suffering, and told her to take pictures of her bruises and injuries. And male sex worker Sheree Hayes, aka the Punisher, took the stand as a prosecution witness, but may have been more help than expected for the defense. He said he had sex, most of it unprotected, with Cassie about 8 to 15 times, and that she and Diddy did not seem high or drunk. He said Cassie appeared to enjoy it, but after he had trouble performing, he was never asked back. Homeland Security Special Agent Gerard Gannon took the stand and revealed new details about what was found in Diddy's waterfront mansion compound in Miami Beach. He said they had a search warrant and about 80 to 95 agents as well as armored vehicles were involved. He testified that in Diddy's main bedroom they found many pairs of 7-inch high heels, women's lingerie, and easy to assemble parts for 2 AR-15 assault rifles. Now that agent is expected to be back on the stand tomorrow morning, and we'll be expecting to hear from more witnesses as the prosecution continues to try to prove their case, the sex trafficking, RICO, and transporting prostitution case that Diddy is facing and that could end up costing him his freedom. We're live in Lower Manhattan. I'm Lisa Evers, Fox 5 News. Natasha and Bianca, back to you. Last one is Houston. Pardon me? Oh, I'm going to dial into Houston and then we're... Hey Houston, it's Lisa in New York. Are we doing a Q&A or what would you like to do? Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, you could. They could ask me, Lisa, what about that male sex worker? What else did he have to say? Okay. Caroline and Rashi, right? So the road cue to the video is Diddy's Miami mansion. Okay. Well, Caroline and Rashi, it was a very busy day here at federal court in Lower Manhattan today. A surprise witness took the stand. You'll see her in just a moment. So did a sex worker who goes by the name The Punisher, and also a Homeland Security agent who testified about what was found in Diddy's Miami mansion. Now, everyone was paying close attention when Regina Ventura, Cassie Ventura's mother, got on the stand and testified that she took out a $20,000 home equity loan in 2011 to pay Diddy so that he would not release a sexually explicit video of Cassie. She said it was the first time that she learned of the abuse that Cassie was suffering, and told her daughter to take pictures of her bruises and her injuries. Now, male sex worker Sheree Hayes, who goes by the name professionally of The Punisher, took the stand as a prosecution witness, but may have been more help than expected for the defense. He said he had sex, most of it unprotected, with Cassie about 8 to 15 times, that Diddy was present, and that she and Diddy did not seem high or drunk. But he went into detail and said Cassie appeared to enjoy it. She appeared to be a willing participant, but after he had trouble performing the last time he was there, he was never asked back and was paid $500 for his troubles and sent away. Now, the Homeland Security, another witness that got on the stand today was Homeland Security Special Agent Gerard Gannon. He took the stand, revealed new details about what they found in Diddy's waterfront mansion in the compound. He said they had a search warrant and about 80 to 95 agents were involved because the compound was heavily secured, and they wanted to make sure that nobody inside or any of the law enforcement officers involved got hurt. He testified that they found in Diddy's main bedroom in a closet many pairs of 7-inch high heels, women's lingerie, and the easy to assemble parts for 2 AR-15 assault rifles. Now, that Homeland Security agent is going to be back on the stand tomorrow morning. He's going to kick off the testimony, expected to detail more about what was in that mansion and what was found. He also made a clear point to show that they did everything by the book. He said they even did that raid that we all saw on TV that afternoon in March of 2024, that they did that raid by the book, that they went in there in the afternoon when they had been informed that most of the people who were inside the compound in the house would not be at home, instead of doing it at 6 a.m., which was their typical standard operating procedure. So a lot of information today, a lot of testimony, and you can be sure there's going to be a lot more coming tomorrow. We're live in Lower Manhattan. I'm Lisa Evers for Fox 5 News. Back to you guys in the studio. Well, he detailed that, and I don't think anybody was prepared for this when he said that he wasn't asked back because he was having trouble performing, because Diddy was basically telling them every single thing he wanted them to do, like get more baby oil, touch Cassie here, and basically for him that was a huge turnoff. So he said he could not perform, and then he went on to say that he was wrote a book about his whole journey with having these male performance issues, and basically wrote a 182-page book about it, and a lot of people were shocked the way, and he said, I'm a professional, I've been doing this for nearly 30 years, and he just kept saying that Cassie, even though he did not have a personal relationship with Cassie, there was no emotion involved because he considered himself a professional. He said that it was clear to him that she was enjoying it. So of course that goes exactly opposite what the prosecution is trying to say, is that she was forced into these freak-offs. So we'll see what happens next, but the Homeland Security agent, we suspect there's going to be some things that he reveals tomorrow about other things that were inside that Miami compound. Back to you. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right, guys.